I appreciate the time commitment of everybody to start earlier than our regular hours. Berlinda, did Linda say she was going to join?
Yes,
okay.
She's joining.
Thank you. We'll just wait one moment for Linda and then we'll get started. And I tell you what, I'll jump the gun a bit and I'll call this meeting to order, knowing that Linda's going to be joining us shortly. We'll put her last on the roll call list. I'm going to call to order this meeting for the Pasadena Area Community College District. It's Wednesday, April 21st, 2021. This is our regular business meeting number 1, and it's our annual organizational meeting. And we're going to start off with roll call and any pre-meeting announcement that needs to be made. And for those items, I'll turn this over to Mr. Buckelheid.
Prior to roll call, I would like to make clear for the record of this meeting, and it should be reflected in the minutes, that this Board of Trustees meeting is conducted pursuant to California Government Code Section 54953, as amended by Governor Gavin Newsom in Executive Order N2520, dated March 12th, 2020, in that all trustees are participating by remote video or teleconference. I would now like to request that each trustee in turn respond to the following questions. I will start with Trustee Chen Lao. Trustee Chen Lao, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Were you able to hear our proceedings up until now?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
Next, I'd like to request that Trustee Osterling respond to the same questions.
Yes, yes, and yes.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to request that Trustee Brown respond to the same questions.
Yes, yes, and yes.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to request that Trustee Silver respond to the same questions.
Yes, yes, and yes.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to request that Trustee Wah respond to the same questions.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to request that Trustee Martin respond to the same questions.
Yes, yes, and yes.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to request that Trustee Fellow respond to the same questions.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. Next, I would like to request that Student Trustee Ramirez respond to the same questions.
Yes, yes, and yes.
Thank you. I would now like to ask that any member of the Board of Trustees speak up at this time if they have not been able to clearly hear any trustee. Hearing no comment, the record should reflect that all trustees present have indicated that they were able to hear all other trustees clearly. I would next request that any trustee speak up at this time if such trustee has any reason to believe, based on voice recognition or otherwise, that any person representing themselves to be a certain trustee is not truly so. Hearing no comment, the record should reflect that no trustee has expressed doubt that any trustees are the parties participating by teleconference. I would now like to advise the trustees and the public that any votes taken during the remote conference portion of this meeting must be taken by roll call. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Buckelheid, and all trustees are present for this meeting. At this point, I'm going to convene our annual organizational meeting, and the first item of business for the organizational meeting is election of board officers, and we will start off with nominations for the board officer of board president or board chair.
I would like to nominate Trustee Brown.
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded, and roll call vote, please.
Student Trustee Ramirez?
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao?
Aye.
Trustee Osterling?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Silver?
Aye.
Trustee Wah?
Aye.
Trustee Martin?
Aye.
Trustee Fellow?
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with the student trustee voting aye.
Thank you. That motion carries unanimously, and congratulations, Trustee Brown. Next, I will take nominations for the position of board vice chair, board vice president.
Mr. President, I'd like to nominate Linda Wah.
I second that.
Okay, moved and seconded, and roll call vote, please.
Student Trustee Ramirez?
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao?
Aye.
Trustee Osterling?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Silver?
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Martin,
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with a student trustee voting aye.
Okay, thank you and congratulations, Trustee Waugh. The third and final position for board officer is the board clerk. Do I hear any nominations?
Mr. President, I would like to nominate Trustee Silver to serve as the clerk.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. And roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Ramirez,
Aye.
Trustee Chenlau,
Aye.
Trustee Osterling,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Silver,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Martin,
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with a student trustee voting aye.
Congratulations, Trustee Silver, and that motion carried unanimously. The next item of business is A4, and that's certification of signatures. Somebody help me how we do this electronically via Zoom.
I actually don't know. I don't think we can do it on Zoom. I think what we need to do is figure out how to do the certification, because usually this is when Mary would come around and have everybody sign. So we will figure out how to do that and do it as we should. Just, I think we need to note for the record that we were unable to do the official certification because we were doing this via Zoom.
Okay, and that we will follow up in with real wet signatures following up after the meeting. Okay, thank you, Superintendent Androgenis. Item number 5 is setting the day and time of regular meetings for 2021.
Oh, excuse me, Jim. I'm sorry. I just got a note that the trustees should actually take a vote on having me as the secretary to the board. So if someone could please make that motion.
Okay, do we have a nomination for board secretary?
I move to appoint Dr. Androgenis for the board secretary.
Second the motion.
Second.
And before we take this vote, anybody that does not vote in favor of this, we'll make you the secretary. Roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Ramirez,
Aye.
Trustee Chenlau,
Aye.
Trustee Osterling,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Silver,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Martin,
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with the student trustee voting aye.
Dr. Androgenis, thank you for doing this.
Of course, my pleasure.
Okay. And then the next item of business is the setting day and time of regular meetings for 2021, 22, and retreats.
And Alex, could you pull up that item? Do you have the ability to pull that up since it's in the
Yes,
agenda?
I do. One moment.
Okay, great. Now, Trustee Osterling,
Yeah.
well, first of all, I think the chair of the board, Berlinda Brown, should be running the meeting now. Just
Well,
saying.
I'd be happy to turn over the gavel to our new board chair. I thought that we had to adjourn the annual organization meeting and then reconvene.
Oh, you're right. My mistake.
But
My
I'm
error.
happy to give her the gavel now.
No. That's my error. We have
Okay,
not
no worries.
adjourned that. My fault. Now the reason I actually was going to say something is you are the one who's been in contact with Warren Kinsler about your study session on the Brown Act on May 5th. Did the two of you decide how you're going to, I know there was some conversation about how you were going to conduct that.
Let me double check. I think we left it up in the air. The date and time worked for everybody. And I think we left it up in the air as to whether it would be Zoom or in person with distance. And let me suggest that I'll ask all of the trustees if they're available and prefer to do that in person or if they want to do it by Zoom. So I'll hold off on the format until I hear back from everybody.
Okay, great. And then I just want to point out that our September 8th meeting will happen on the second Wednesday of the month. As you know, you need to approve your final budget on or before September 15th. And but that falls on Yom Kippur. So that's why we're meeting on September 8th. And then November 10th, you're also meeting on the second week because the third week is the CCLC annual convention. So you normally change your meeting to the second Wednesday. Same thing in December because of the holidays, you change to the second week. And then I think that's about it. Now you will notice that there is a change in spring break. That will be March 7th through the 12th. And then also commencement is on May 6th. And that's because next year is the first year that we will not have a winter intercession. So spring begins at the beginning of January.
Good work, Mrs. President.
Yeah.
Thank you. There you have it.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions or comments about the calendar for the next fiscal year?
I would like to comment how exciting it is to see places, locations.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, and let's keep our fingers crossed that we can do those, meet at those locations and not on Zoom.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what we're hoping for.
Wow.
Okay. So that's it, and that's it for our annual organization meeting. And it's with great pleasure that I adjourn the annual organization meeting and turn over the gavel to our new board chair, Trustee Berlinda Brown.
Well, thank you, ex-president. I just wanted to take a few seconds to appreciate the tremendous job that you have done for the past 2 years. And by no means you will be set free, because I will be tapping into your resources and all that you know to help me out as we go, especially with the ongoing events that we're having, which some of them are kind of serious. So I really appreciate you, and I thank all the board members for your vote of confidence, and I will do the best job that I can. Thank you. So our next agenda item, I think it's the board goals, item number 7. So Dr., who is it going to do this? Do we have our, what are we doing?
Yeah, can you pull up the board goals? You are actually discussing your board goals, and it's a potential action item.
Okay.
And just as a point of order, I just adjourned the organizational meeting. Is it necessary to have President Brown convene the meeting, the regular meeting, or are we good to go?
I think there was an implicit understanding that we were going back into the general meeting by your adjourning the organizational meeting from within, but Trustee Brown could say that this is the beginning of the
regular business meeting.
I had that question, but then later on when I was reading, as we go out, it was talking about the convening of the meeting. So I got a little confused there, because this is supposedly a study session. That's how it's labeled. So that's why I did not do that.
Well, the study session is the presentation of the MC goal of MC, but this is a regular general.
Okay, great. Okay.
Yeah.
No problem. So let's just track back then and says that at this point, I will convene the regular business meeting for number 1 for the Pasadena Area Community College District, April 21st. Okay, so as far as sharing, do I have the ability to share, or who does that?
Alex can share.
Thank you.
Okay, so these are the goals that you worked on at your retreat on April 10th, and how, these were the final version, I believe. Now, did the ad hoc committee come together with Dr. Helen Benjamin after?
We did.
Okay.
We did. So this is the result of hearing everyone's input. And then we worked with Dr. Benjamin to, so she took all the notes, and then we worked with her and we finalized. So this includes input from all of the trustees during our retreat.
So at this point, I would like to know if there are any questions. Our hope is for us to be able to approve this document. But if you have any questions, then of course we will listen to them and see what it is that we have to do. I see Trustee Osterlin hand.
Question, are we going to approve this board goals at this meeting or at a future meeting? And I asked that question because I don't see it as an action item.
Very good point.
Well,
Is
this
that outside?
this is an item. It doesn't fall, it's not the same thing as on the other agenda. It doesn't have to be put outside, similar to the way that you are voting. And I'm going to look to Trustee Fellow on this, but I believe that anything that's on this agenda can be an action item if you so choose. And so
Yeah, because it really is on the agenda.
it is.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
So I would like to make a motion to approve the goals.
Second.
Very good. It's been first and it's been second. Any discussion from anyone? Okay, so do we have to call for a vote?
Yes, it needs to be a roll call vote that Alex
Okay.
does.
Alex, help us, please.
Student trustee
I-
Ramirez.
I raised my hand for discussion.
Oh, I didn't see it. I'm sorry. Oh, we're gonna have to do something here. I didn't see you. Okay, we'll have to work on that. Okay, discussion, go ahead.
Yeah.
Trustee Chinla.
I don't recall, and can maybe Erica, can you remind me? So when we did the board goals discussion, was evaluation of the president part of the board goals or no?
No, what
No,
was
okay.
part of that was because evaluation of the president is a responsibility. It's not a goal.
Okay.
Yeah. And,
Okay.
and basically, if you look at the way that the goals are laid out, there are board goals, board actions, and what do you need the CEO to
Okay.
do with? And
Okay.
then your evaluation of me is part of your responsibility.
Ability.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
All right,
that-
great. Thank you for that. I know that came toward the end of our board goals
Yeah.
discussion. So, okay, thank
Yeah,
you for the
that's fine.
clarification. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? If not, we will do the vote call. Go ahead, please.
Student trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with the student trustee voting aye.
Thank you very much, trustees. And now we'll move on to the next item. And that's the presentation, I think.
Trustee Brown, I have to actually ask us to go back, and we don't need to open the annual organizational meeting, but we actually should have a formal motion on the calendar for next year. So if somebody could please make a motion to approve the calendar as listed in the board agenda.
I move to accept the calendar as listed.
Second.
Okay, so we have a roll call. We need to do, okay. Alex,
Student trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with the student trustee voting aye.
Okay, so for the records, for the record's sake, just for my understanding, what
Mhm.
exactly did we do?
So what we did was we should have, in this, again, I'll take responsibility, before we adjourned the annual organizational meeting, we should have actually had a formal motion. We reviewed the calendar for next year, but I neglected to ask for a motion. So we just made sure that we formally approved the calendar since this is the
Yes.
organizational meeting. It technically starts now.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, that being said, we will go now
Yes.
to, I guess it's the EMSI presentation.
Yes, and for this, I'm going to turn it over to our rock star of research, Crystal Colross, to get us started.
Well, thank you for that, and I have to apologize, but our presenter Sterling Smith is coming at 4:30, and you folks ran like way ahead of time on this, so he should. We just sent out a text message, so he should be here in a minute. But I'll just give you a little background on what you're about to see. We commissioned last March, actually a little earlier than last. Everything seems to have happened last March, but it was a little earlier than that, when we went to MC and contracted with them to do what we call a program gap analysis. And that is what Sterling is going to present to you as the results of that. And what we asked is, they do an environmental scan of the region's economy, and they use annual projected job openings between now and 2029 as a measurement of market demand. And then they compared that to the programs we're offering, so that we could then look and say, do our programs match the demand that we're seeing in the market? And one of the other things we did, and I'll get to you in just a minute, is that we then, when the whole COVID hit, we asked Sterling to add into that the ramifications of COVID-19 as well. And so he's going to talk about all of that when he gets here, which I'm hoping should be very soon.
And Trustee Brown, Trustee Chen Lao has her hand up.
I hear a buzzing sound. Do you all hear a buzzing sound? It's somewhat distracting to me.
It's crystals, I think.
Well, I'll mute and turn you over to Sterling, because this is Sterling Smith from MC.
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, Sterling, you're on.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for having me this evening, and thanks to the board for having me here. Today, I'm going to talk to you about two different studies that we've done for Pasadena Community College over the past year or so. One of those being a program demand gap analysis, where we analyzed Pasadena's programs and their connection to the labor market. And then the second study that we worked on was an economic impact study, which shows Pasadena's value to the local community, as well as the return on investment to the stakeholders within the college. So I'm going to share my screen here. There we go. Can everybody see that all right? Perfect. So the first study that I'm going to go over is the economic impact study. So a little bit about MZ. We've been working with community colleges for about the last 20 years. And for the economic impact study, we got our start working with the Association of Community College Trustees. And if you recall back about 20 years ago, there was the tech bubble. And so there was a lot of questions about community colleges and the value that they provide. Are their programs still relevant? Is it still creating value for students and taxpayers? And so the economic impact study helps address some of those questions that the trustees had originally brought to the economists that founded our company. So since then, we've done about 2,000 of these studies, helping colleges across the US, UK, and Canada understand their economic impact. So we broke the study up into two different pieces: an economic impact analysis, which shows how the college is affecting its local economy. And then the second piece, an investment analysis, where we're able to show the return on investment to the stakeholders within the college. In order to do this, we pull together information that we gathered from Crystal's office, as well as local labor market information. So you can see some of those quick stats up here, the earnings by education level. And one of the important things I'd like to point out to you is the increase in earnings between the high school and associate degree levels. It's about $10,000. And so a lot of the economic impact study is centered around the additional earning power that is being generated through the education you're providing. So here's some of the data that we gathered. This is for fiscal year and academic year 2018-19. There's about 36,000 credit students, about 4,000 non-credit students. And all this data is feeding into our model to help us prepare these results. $162 million in payroll and benefits, about 1,500 employees, $27 million in tuition revenue, and about 65% of students from outside the region. We focused on the Pasadena area community college district for the region. So a quick overview of results. So on the economic impact side, we found that Pasadena City College added $601.4 million to the local economy in 2018-19, which represents about 1.8% of the local economy in terms of size. And that was equivalent to supporting about 6,000 jobs. And on the investment analysis, we found that for every $1,000 invested by students in their education, they'll get $4,200 back. For taxpayers, for every $1 million invested, they'll get $2 million back. And then for the broader society, which include like businesses, for every $1 million invested, they'll get $9.8 million back. So I'll break down each of these results a little bit for you. So on the economic impact side, we measured 3 impacts. The first one is the operation spending impact. So that's looking at the college as a business essentially, and it's an employer of people in the local community. And those people are going out and spending money at grocery stores, buying new cars, things like that. And so the general methodology for each of these impacts that we measure is we start with some amount of money, and then we look at the ripple effects or multiplier effects of that spending. So for the operation spending impact in 2018-19, that came to $177.2 million and was equivalent to supporting about 1,600 jobs. For the student spending impact, we looked at students who either moved to the district to take classes, and when they moved to the district, they bring with them the money that they'll spend on housing and groceries, things like that, as well as students that were able to get a local education so they didn't have to leave to go somewhere else to get one. And so that's what we can call a counterfactual. And for each of these impacts, we do measure some of these counterfactuals. And what that does is it either adds or subtracts from the impact to help answer the question, how would the local economy change without Pasadena City College? So the student spending impact came out to $16.4 million in 2018-19, or about 300 jobs being supported. And the last impact, and this is the largest, and if you recall back, I mentioned students make about $10,000 more when they gain an associate's degree. And so for the alumni impact, what we do is we look at the students you've served historically, how many of those are still active in the local workforce, and how much more money they're making because of the education they received from the college. And we also tack on to this impact the additional business productivity that will be generated. So if you're paying somebody an additional $10,000, then there is an expectation, and from the additional value that those people are providing, there'll be additional benefits to businesses in terms of sales and profits, things like that.
Sterling, can I interrupt you? I have 2 trustees who have their hands up.
Yep.
Trustee Martin and Trustee Osterling.
Perfect.
I'll go first, I guess, because I heard my name first. So operation spending and impact based on, PCC and our payroll. Is there anything unique in your analysis about PCC opposed to any other business in the same immediate area? And that's kind of my first part of the same question. And my second part of the same question is, I would assume your analysis may look at family incomes differently. Maybe somebody making 50,000 has a different spending pattern than somebody making 100,000 or 150,000 or something like that. So does that factor into that analysis as well? So A and B there, just for curiosity, is there anything unique about PCC versus the store across the street?
Yeah, so that's a good question. There are a couple different things. So when I mentioned that we do take into account counterfactuals, the store across the street, they're taking money in as people purchase things. Since PCC is taxpayer funded and some of that money is coming from local taxpayers and from the community, what we do is we measure the impact, and then we consider what impact would have been generated if those funds would have stayed in the pocket of the local community. Maybe taxes weren't as high, maybe they didn't donate money to the college. And so we run that separate impact scenario and subtract it from the impact that, the grocery store, let's say, would have generated. And so that's how we're making these numbers specific to the college and helping to answer the question. The big question here is, how would the local economy change if not for Pasadena City College? And so that counterfactual is kind of one of the main things that would separate this from your business down the street. And then on the people making 50,000 or 100,000, we don't have different spending patterns. So within our model, what we have is if you think of it, it's a vector for each industry and a vector for consumer spending. And so that consumer spending doesn't differentiate between somebody making 50,000 or 100,000. It moves money into the different industries based off of the spending patterns of everybody, essentially. So it'd be like an average for everyone, regardless of income. And then I think Trustee Osterling.
Yeah. Sterling, first of all, I really appreciate seeing this kind of an economic impact analysis and the impact that we have on the community. I have two questions, and one is a very hair-splitting semantical question. Earlier, one of the slides you mentioned that 65% of our students come from outside of the region. And I'm just going to suggest that we use the word district there because most of those students are from within our region. If you think about, Southern California, San Gabriel Valley, but they are out, but that number is about right. It varies every semester, but they are from outside of our district. And then the second item is a question. You had one or two slides previous, you mentioned the return on the student dollars. And if you could go back to that slide, that one, the benefit cost ratio for students at 4.2. As you probably know, the student portion of our tuition is really, really low, which is awesome. And therefore, because it's so low and most of the cost is paid through state funding, I would have thought that benefit cost ratio for our students would have been much, much higher than that.
Yeah, and that's a good question. So one of the large costs that we consider in this analysis is what we call the opportunity cost. And so the opportunity cost is essentially some students, and we gathered data and some assumptions to model this, but essentially that some students are not working at all, other students are working part-time, and there's a portion of students working full-time. And so between those three, that generates what cost we're looking at instead of just the tuition. If it's just tuition, yes, it would be much higher. And the other thing I would mention as well is this is looking at all the students you served in 2018-19. So that doesn't include just graduates. That could include some students who accumulated some number of credits. And so we give them a benefit in terms of income because they gain some skills, and that has and makes them more employable and allows them to earn more money. But the graduates obviously will see the highest return. Oh, I think you're
You're muted.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep, absolutely. All right. We'll finish up this alumni impact here. So again, this is looking at all the past students you've served that are still active in the district and the higher earnings that they're making. So if that student got an associate degree, it's $10,000 about, and the ripple effects or multiplier effects are tacked on there as well. So that came out to about $408 million in 2018-19, or about 4,000 jobs being supported. So one thing I would highlight here, this is not the actual number of alumni when we talk about the 4,000 jobs. This is taking that $408 million and giving you a way of thinking about that in terms of how many jobs that dollar amount may be within the local economy. So the total impacts are up here. Many of these we covered earlier. One of the things we didn't talk about is for these impacts, when you look at the total jobs being supported across all three of those impacts, that means about 1 out of every 54 jobs within the district are being supported through PCC and its alumni. And these numbers, you can think of them as an annual type impact. As long as you're serving about the same number of students, your operations are about the same size, this is how much money you're supporting each year. And we have some of the top industries up here that you're supporting. So healthcare, professional and technical services, real estate, retail, trade. So some pretty important industries within the local economy, of course. So I'll jump into the investment analysis here. Jim, this would be some of the things that you were talking about. So we have a benefit and a cost right here. The cost side, we kind of touched on this, that $225.9 million represents the tuition, supplies, and opportunity cost. Opportunity cost is the largest of those categories. And then the benefits, we look at their higher future earnings. And again, going back to that 10,000 additional dollars for that associate degree student, but it may be lower for students that got some credit. But this is looking over the lifetime of the students you served in 2018-19. So this is almost like a cohort analysis being projecting things out into the future. So for each of these, we report a rate of return and a benefit cost ratio. So this is where I'm getting that for every $1,000 a student invests, they're getting $4,200 back. And the rate of return is 17.4%. And if you think of like the stock market at 10% on average, the 17.4% shows that there is a clear advantage to investing in your education over other investments. For the taxpayer perspective, we have the costs and benefits again. The costs, we look at state and local funding, which came out to $165.1 million in 2018-19. And for the benefits, we look at future tax revenue and then government savings. So that could be income assistance type things, as well as crime, for example, being included in government savings. The benefit cost ratio is 2.0. So for every $1 million state and local taxpayers invest, they're getting $2 million back over the course of the lifetime of your students, a 5.7 rate of return, which compares favorably with other government investments. If you think about a bond, for example, might be somewhere between 3 and 5%, let's say. So that means that the college could operate above the cost of, offering bonds to fund the college for that year. And the last one we have is the social perspective. And on the cost side, we consider all college costs and student costs. And so this is really just trying to sum up all the benefits and costs that we can look at and seeing, what type of return is being generated by PCC and its students. So cost came out to about $450 million. The benefits, one of those largest ones being the benefits to students in terms of their higher future earnings. Another one we include here is also the benefits to businesses in terms of higher productivity by the students working for them, as well as the benefits to taxpayers and private savings. So leading a healthier life, for example. Benefit cost ratio is 9.8. So that means for every $1 million invested in PCC in 2018-19, there's going to be $9.8 million in benefits to the community as a whole. And so you could think of these also as kind of yearly cohort numbers. So this was for the 2018-19 students. If you look at the 2019-20 students, if it's about the same size and demographics for that student body, you're essentially putting this much benefit out each year. So I'll kind of skip over this, but some next steps, this is really useful information. It talks about you guys, how you're providing value to your community, how the education you're providing benefits the students, it benefits taxpayers, and it benefits society as a whole. And so, that can be really useful to use with people locally. You could talk about this in social media, newspapers, so on and so forth. We've had a number of colleges that have also successfully used this with their foundation office. So there's a lot of different ways to incorporate this data at the things you're doing already at the college. So I'm going to jump into the gap analysis next. So when we worked with the Association of Community College Trustees to build the economic impact study, we realized there was a lot of labor market data that we were having to generate to build that. And so one of the things we actually built was an online tool to help colleges look at their programs, what jobs are out there, how many jobs are out there. And we also built a report that analyzes the college's programs and their connection to the labor market. So this report was broken down into 3 different areas: the environmental scan, which is an overview of the local economy; a program demand gap analysis, where we look at your programs and their connection to jobs and how the demand and supply line up; and the last piece, the new program additions, where we look at, are there any programs, occupations you're not training for that you could be training for. So I'm going to quickly go over a little bit of methodology here, and then I'm going to actually jump into an online tool that you can use to look at the results of this study. I think that would be most useful for everyone in this room. So methodology-wise, we're looking at your programs. We're connecting that to occupations. So you can see here, accounting's connected to these 3 occupations. There's 30 job openings, 10 and 10. So there's a total of 50 job openings for that program. The next thing we do is we want to make this specific to community colleges. So what we do when we look at job openings, we split that out by these different award levels. So if we look at an associate degree program, we want to say how many jobs are available for somebody training as a budget analyst with an associate degree. And so we'll consider the job openings at the associate degree level, along with the job openings at the some college or what we consider certificate level. The last piece, methodology-wise, is we use what we call program-based weight to split out the openings across programs. We know that many jobs are being trained for by lots of different programs. And in this example here, you can see that we use the completions as a ratio to split out the job openings for this one occupation here. And so that helps avoid duplication within the data when we look at your programs and say, what is the demand for our accounting program? Well, we want to give you a realistic picture of what that demand is, and this is the way that we do it. All right. So I'm going to jump over into our online tool. Everybody see the online tool still?
Not yet.
Not yet. Let me reshare this. Here we go.
Yep.
There we go. So the report's broken up into the environmental scan, it's titled economic overview here, gap analysis, and new programs. So just a quick executive summary. So this is really how we break down the programs in this quadrant approach here. We have high demand, high supply. That means there's a lot of jobs out there and it's a popular program for your students. And so these would be what we consider successful programs. And we have a selection of those right here. High demand, low supply. there's a lot of jobs, but not as many students. So these are opportunities for expansion. We have low demand, high supply. So these are programs where there doesn't appear to be a lot of demand, but there's a lot of students completing that program. And so the next realistic question is, where are those students going? And is there a way we can adjust our curriculum to align more and open up more jobs for our students? And then low demand, low supply, these programs don't appear to be of interest to students because there's not a lot of completions, and there's not a lot of jobs. All those students could be getting jobs, but it's just it's a low demand, low supply program. So a selection of those are here as well. But I'm going to jump over into gap analysis. So you can see all of your programs at the certificate level here. Business information technology had the largest gap here. It was about 6,500 jobs, pays about $20 per hour. You can see some of the higher wage ones up here: international business, registered nursing, pure information systems, things like that. And if you click on one of these programs here, you can actually see here, okay, here's all the occupations we've mapped to that program, along with the demand for those. So I'm going to jump over to new programs. I think people get excited about what new programs might we be able to start at the college. And so across the certificate level, associate degree level, and then the transfer track or bachelor's degree level, we have a number of occupations that you're not currently training for at the college that could be opportunities for you to train for things at the college. So I'm not going to go through all of these because there's quite a few opportunities, and I know you have a full schedule today. But for example, there's human resource assistance. You can see it pays about $41,000 at the 50th percentile. But maybe as somebody gets more experience and work their way up in their career, they could earn around $65,000 per year. So that's a little bit of the functionality that you can use with this tool. Culinary arts was another opportunity, chefs and head cooks, about 41,000, and then 81,000 maybe as they're further in their career. And I'll touch on the economic overview last. What this does is we just give you some background information about the local economy. And, as you all go out and talk to people in the community, this can be useful information to have and know about what are some of our largest industries within the economy. We have location quotient data, which shows which industries are special to our region. In this case, we looked at LA County for the region. So like motion picture, of course, apparel manufacturing, you have 8.7 times as many jobs in motion picture as the nation as a whole has comparatively. And, one of the interesting things I like to tell people about how to use like this location quotient type data is you can think about it, we offer a business program. All right, well, what industries make our region special? And can we have, industry specific knowledge within our curriculum to help offer programs that prepare students for the industries they'll actually be going into within our local economy. So that's, an example of one way to use this data here. We identified some of the key industries within LA County, so social assistants, motion picture, and merchant wholesalers. And you can actually see, what jobs would be included within all of these. So sales, operations management, things like that. And you can play around with that data there as well. Yeah, Tammy?
Hi, will we be given login information to get to this?
Yeah, I think Crystal can follow up with you with the login information after this meeting, and you can play around with this dashboard as much as you'd like. So, thank you. And I will point out, I'm going to end my presentation now because I know you probably have a long presentation or group set of presentations ahead of you. But my contact information is up here if you have any questions. You can also view like our different data sources, a glossary of terms here. And I'm always happy to assist you as you begin to use both the economic impact study and this program demand gap analysis. So thank you very much for your time today. And if there's any final questions, I'll go ahead and take those now.
Trustee
Yeah.
Wong.
So do our students have access to this also? Are they also reviewing this as they're selecting their majors and seeing what their outcomes could be?
Yeah, so I think, I'm not sure if Crystal's still on the call, but
Yeah.
I think, oh, okay, Crystal, do you want to speak to
I
that?
think we actually have another tool called Career Coach that our
Mhm.
students can use that I think is actually much more student friendly than this is. I think Dr. Olivo has a little more familiarity with Career Coach.
Yeah, so MZ data powers some other data that we have that's more student friendly. And students are able to access that off of the Freeman Center website, as well as off of our Career Communities website. So yes, Trustee Wah, we do help our students access this data to make informed choices.
Thank you.
All the data within this report and Career Coach, it's presented in a different way to help you make data-driven decisions at the college using this report. And the Career Coach is a student-friendly advising site, and they can make a resume, things like that on there. It's a really nifty tool.
Trustee Osterlin?
Sterling, you had one of your slides was a quadrant showing high demand and high supply and so on. And that was a good way to break out what we offer and figure out should we continue or not. Is there a fifth box that we need to consider? And that is where there's opportunity and we're not yet offering any courses in that area.
Yeah, so that's a great question. The quadrant approach we use to analyze your current programs, but we have there's a whole entire report along with this dashboard where the new program opportunities are identified. All those occupations we put in there are ones that you currently don't have a program training for, and they are also have a gap, and they pay above, I think, $15 per hour is our cutoff that we currently use. So those are all opportunities that you could view as expansions kind of in a fifth box.
Okay, Sister Tammy?
Hi, $15 an hour is minimum wage. Why would you be dipping so low? We shouldn't have any programs where our graduates are going to earn minimum wage.
Yeah, that's a good point. We put all the wage information in there. So we used it as a cutoff, but all those the wages are in there for that. So you can view the high wage ones as well as the lower wage ones. But yeah, good point.
And well, Trustee Silver, I do want to point out that a lot of some of the jobs there that earn minimum wage, there's still a demand for them, and there's still things that they do in our economy. So I agree that our goal is to be forward thinking and to make sure that students go into high paying jobs. But the fact is, for example, childcare doesn't pay that much. And so what we don't want to do is say, well, we only want to invest in programs where people make higher than minimum wage or make more, because I can tell you about 6 years ago, there was a vice chancellor of the state of workforce and economic and workforce development who essentially wanted the community colleges to stop doing any childcare training. If we stopped that, there would be no childcare workers across the state. So I agree with you. Our goal is always to get students to higher paying jobs, but there are some pretty important minimum wage jobs that we still need to train people for.
Oh, and just another question, Sterling, how accurate have your predictions been in the past? Like if we were to look at one of these quadrants from 5 or 10 years ago, how accurately would they have portrayed non-COVID today? Just the future.
Yeah, and that's a great question. And I think we actually included some COVID data within the Fuller report that you can view. But our they're pretty well online. Things like COVID, obviously kind of throw a wrench in things. Hurricane Katrina, for Louisiana, obviously was one that caused a big disruption. But, standard, our projections do turn out pretty well in terms of how many jobs are there going to be 10 years down the road for this occupation. So I have full faith in how our projections, and they're tied with the BLS data, for example. So government government data sources.
Thank you.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
well, we appreciate your presentation. There are a lot of slides and figures that I would like to probably get a little more information on. So in particular, I think one slide that draw my attention is the one where we got 200 out of, I think it's, don't know many, I don't remember how many thousands of students that we invested in, and all we got was like 288 students that actually helped the economy. I would like to look into that a little more because, you know, it is, we want to train, but if we go to promote, that we need to have more returns as far as I'm concerned. So you said we'll be able to access this information somewhere?
Yeah, I believe Crystal can supply
Crystal?
both of the reports to you.
Yeah, I would be interested in being able to look it over and maybe have further discussion among my colleagues about it and see what we could do.
Yep. And
That's what we like.
If you ever want a more full presentation offline, always happy to do that as well.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And we appreciate you coming. And I think if there are no other questions, we will have to go to our next agenda item, right? Yes?
Thank you,
Thank you so
Sterling.
much.
Thank you. Have a good evening, everyone.
You too.
Thanks, Sterling. We'll see you soon.
Thank
See you,
you.
Crystal.
Thank you, Crystal, for arranging this. Okay, we are now going to move to board committees reporting out. Do we have any?
The legislative committee met, and we have been starting our legislative meetings with the Senate. Well, we just had a meeting this today with Senator Portantino. We'll be meeting with Assemblymember Chow and Holden, as well as Representative Chu. So this is an opportunity, as you know, for our students to also come before the legislators and to talk about bills that are important to them, as well as those that are important to the community college. Of the bills that we're looking at, one is the longitudinal data, the ethnic studies bill. And let's see, we're also looking at, remind me, Erica, what other ones did we look at?
We were looking at, so AB 99, Cradle to Career Data System, 103, Holden's College Pathways, that would both get rid of the sunset for dual enrollment, as well as authorize county offices of education to provide dual enrollment. We talked about AB 928, that's Berman's transfer bill. We have some significant concerns about it, especially because it is a little bit too prescriptive and tracks students into associate degrees for transfer, and it doesn't really deal with the impaction issues that are at the CSU and the UCs. We talked very much about our support for AB 1040, which is our ethnic studies, which Trustee Waugh just mentioned. We also had a conversation about AB 1216, which has to do with student trustees. And I thought our student trustee Ramirez did a great job speaking to that. In terms of the fact that he already enjoys a lot of the privileges that the bill is trying to accomplish. And so we're, as usual, PCC is ahead of the pack on that. We talked about AB 1456, which is Cal Grant reform. We're willing to support it with amendments. Are happy to see that the criteria has expanded so that individuals do not have to be almost directly out of high school, that the age requirement is gone. However, on the way to expanding the criteria, there's no net increase to the pot of money. And so it could potentially wind up reducing the amount that current Cal Grant students get. And then, of course, we told Senator Portantino that we support his adult education block grant reporting bill, and that's SB 673. We also tried to emphasize how important it is to have our base funding increased rather than having a bunch of one-time money to do initiatives that then go away in subsequent years.
One other bill that has been brought up at the state level, we didn't bring it up locally, and I don't know how far. So we're just kind of keeping an eye on it. Is the expansion of the baccalaureate program, and so if this is something that PCC is interested in, it does seem like there's some support for it. So it might be something that we keep our eye out on. Okay, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay, any other committee reporting? No? Okay, so thank you. And let's go to item number 10, update on DEI initiatives. Any update? Who's the update?
Well, so the DEI group, we're getting ready to do our crosstalk with on the search committees. So that's work group 1. We have already done a fair amount of work on the exit interviews, and we've collaborated with the CEOs and ACRO. ACRO has actually done quite a bit of the work, I think. So most of us have put given our input on exit interviews. So on May 20th, please mark your calendar because we will be doing a second virtual town hall. We're inviting the CEOs to come to that. There will be they will be the presenters, or they'll be doing part of the presentation as well as the trustees. And that, I think, is about it for the DEI.
Okay, I see Trustee Osterling.
Yeah, just briefly, tomorrow, Thursday at lunch, there's going to be the regular, Linda, what's the name of that?
So this is the, every fourth Thursday, the league does an ETP, so effective trustee training program. So we Pasadena will be doing that program for the league tomorrow. And this will fulfill your ETP certification if you're going for that, and anyone who needs to be recertified, you can count this towards your credits. And this is also, so we will be talking about CEO and board relationships, and then how we as a team were able to move DEI. And I know it even seems like a little struggle with us because we have lots of discussion and lots of input, but there are lots of districts where trustees are not able to even get their fellow trustees to look at this, or maybe their CEO is not even in favor of moving DEI. So we know districts are kind of struggling, and so they look to us as kind of a model district, which is nice because we have so many of our trustees. Our student trustee is on this, and as well as our CEO is very involved in DEI. So anyway, so I hope you all join us tomorrow at noon for that effective trustee training program.
Okay, Dr. Jonas.
Before I speak, I'm going to actually turn it over to Dr. Bolin, who wants to give an update.
Great.
Yes, thank you for that. Good afternoon and evening, everyone. We recognize that the Chauvin trial is but one of many current events that have been emotionally triggering for our students, our staff, our faculty, our outside community. And so we want to try to sort of provide a starting point to begin the process of not just acknowledgement, but sort of of what's taking place, but the need for healing. So tomorrow, Thursday, April 22nd at 4 p.m., we'll be hosting a moment of community connection. A link will be pushed out to the broader community and also can be found on our #StopHate page, which is featured on our webpage. And the focus will really be to take just a collective pause, you know, to acknowledge the ongoing racialized violence and process the verdict of the trial and kind of think through sort of the traumatic events of the past year and our need as a community to just kind of breathe into our pain. You know, we'll be using that time and space to center self-care practices and the role of traumatization in our personal and professional lives. And by way of that, offer some tools, some best practices, some techniques to help us all in achieving sort of that personal wellness during these, I would say, labor and intensive and emotionally intensive times. We will then be hosting a series of spaces thereafter, and we'll kind of keep you posted as to that collective calendar that will allow us to kind of deepen the community conversation and by way of that, focus on our individual responsibility and responsivity to this work moving forward, as well as our collective responsibility. And that's really intended to increase the breadth, I would say, in depth of racial justice work and just justice and equity work in its entirety, as we kind of think about the intersectionality of all that's kind of taken place this past year and so forth, the experiences of our AAPI peers as well around targeted violence, the utilization of, children of cages for children at the border, our ongoing contestation over voting rights and the rights of those who we identify as transgender and so forth. The list unfortunately kind of goes on. This work is endless, which is an opportunity for all of us to get involved. So look forward to your participation should your schedules permit for tomorrow at 4 p.m. And if not, we'll be having subsequent events to continue to engage in these important conversations. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And the only thing I'll say is that the CEO work group is continuing to meet, and some of us have been working on, I went to my first meeting about evaluations and exit interviews. So we're talking about that. And really trying to figure out how we as a CEO group can make sure that we're present in as many of the venues as possible. And what we're trying to do is maybe deputize all of us to give updates because the three folks who lead the CEO work group can't be everywhere at all times. So we're looking at that because we realize that we really need to be out there in front. So the work is continuing there, definitely.
Thank you, Dr. Andrew Jonas. How are the groups working, the task force groups? I think we had like 4, right? Tammy,
Yes.
how's your group going, Tammy?
Yeah, Tammy can go ahead and do work group 3.
Sure. I'm in work group 3 that is focused on professional development and mentoring. And then we split yet again. I'm in the mentoring part and we're done. We put together a recommendation that we think is pretty awesome. We listened to a lot of programs, and what we turned in gives links to the programs so that if college wants to, model a mentoring program that we saw, the link is right there. And what's interesting is that mentoring can take all kinds of forms. It can be, I think the one you think of most is a faculty member mentoring a younger faculty, I hate to say the word older, an established faculty member mentoring a new faculty member. And that is one way, but there's some interesting things you can do that is cross campus, where you have a cohort pulled from all areas of the college, from student services and counseling, and they mentor each other. You can mentor students. Of course, you can have peer-to-peer mentoring for students or faculty mentoring students. And in some areas, they saw a need to improve their diversity in their faculty, and they reached out to teacher training colleges locally and mentored them to pull into the community college teaching area to get those future teachers to think of teaching at the community college levels in areas where they would bring diversity that was needed to those community colleges. So interesting, there are a lot of ways that mentoring can work.
Excellent, thank you. Do we have anyone else? Oh, there's Trustee Osterlin.
I'll give you a brief report on work group number 2, which is DEI mission statement. And on our agenda later tonight, is the DEI mission statement for consideration of passage by the trustees of the PCC DEI mission statement. So that's one component. The other is a resolution that we will be introducing at next month's meeting for either further discussion or passage. And the Chancellor's Office has asked that we pass that resolution before the end of this fiscal year, and wanted to thank Dr. Fellow in particular for looking at the prior draft of that was submitted and making his red line comments, and want to encourage any other input from any other trustees before we put that on the agenda and vote to approve that.
Great, thank you very much, Trustee Osterlin. So I think we've heard a lot of information. Did our student trustee had anything to say about his work group? Briefly, we've got a few minutes. And I know you guys been working hard.
No, nothing else to add on. Just excited to present with y'all tomorrow.
Okay, great. Oh yeah, we don't want to forget that, do we? Okay, so we are going to move to our next item, which is, do we have any public comments on close of the agenda items?
No such comment.
No such comments? Okay, so what we're going to do is I will read what we're going to be doing, and we will break from 5:30 to 6, and then we will return to closed session. So this is what we'll be doing in closed session. One would be conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, government code, section 54956.9, significant exposure to litigation, one potential case. And item number 2, government code 54956.8, conference with real property negotiator, address 4105 Rosemead Boulevard, Rosemead, California, District Negotiator Michael Bush, negotiating parties, El Monte Union High School. And item number 3, Government Code 54957, evaluation of employee superintendent president. So at this time, we are going to adjourn to a break and then reconvene at 6 o'clock sharp for closed section. And by the way, we have a few minutes. Okay.
Thank you.
See you later, alligator. So how many are? I see Tim, I see Tony, I see Jim. Oh, here we go.
Okay, 1, 2,
Oh,
3,
who am I missing?
5, 6.
Someone is missing.
Trustee Chen Lao. There she is.
Exactly.
Okay, yay.
So we're going to call this meeting to order. Pasadena Area Community College meeting, regular business meeting. This is business meeting number 1. So I have nothing to report in session. And at this time, I would like to have the roll call. Mr. Buckingham, would you help us?
Certainly. Student Trustee Ramirez.
Here.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Here.
Trustee Osterling.
Here.
Trustee Brown.
Here.
Trustee Silver.
Here.
Trustee Waugh.
Here.
Trustee Martin.
Here.
Trustee Fellow.
Here.
All present and accounted for, ma'am.
Thank you. So I see we have this on our next step is land acknowledgement. How does that work?
Usually the land acknowledgement is read by the chair, but it is possible that we did not provide that to you. Alex, by any chance, do you have it?
Look at him.
There we go.
Okay, so I suppose I should read that?
Yes.
Okay, it's got to be a little bigger though. I can't see that. It's too small. Okay, perfect. Okay, so land acknowledgement. Pasadena City College is a learning community within the indigenous homelands of people who have been known as the Kisk, Tongva, and Gabrieleño, depending on their own preference. Tonight, we acknowledge the painful history of genocide and forced removal of this land on which we gather. Let us take a moment of silence in honor of the important contributions of the stewards of this land and who came before us. A moment of silence, please. PCC and its faculty, staff, and students recognize that we are all simultaneously teachers, learners, and guests on these lands. This land acknowledgement is a small part of the ongoing process of working to be in the good relationship with the people of the land and embodying equity in our practices and policies. Thank you, Alex. Now at this time, we will have a pledge of allegiance, and I would like to ask if Trustee Silver will greet us with that.
I'd be honored. There. All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And to the republic for which it stands.
Thank you, Young Lao. Okay, thank you, Trustee Silver. Now we will go to the approval or reordering of agenda items. Do we have any reordering?
None to report that I know of.
Okay, great. Do we need to vote or no?
We do. We need to have a motion to approve the agenda.
Okay.
Move to approve.
We have a first.
Second, Linda.
Thank you. Okay, can we get a vote, please?
Student Trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Frozen.
I think her screen froze.
Okay.
Go ahead, Alex. with the others.
Trustee Osterling.
There she is.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao, are you back?
No.
Nope. Trustee Brown.
Yes.
Trustee Silver.
Yes.
Trustee Wah.
Yes.
Trustee Martin.
Yes.
Trustee Fellow.
Yes.
And, well, all right. 6 with 1 abstention. Student trustee votes aye.
Okay. Now we will go to item number 7, introductions and recognition.
Okay, so I'm going to start that off. It is my absolute honor and pleasure to introduce State Senator Anthony Portantino, who is here with us this evening.
Oh my.
Well, it's good. It's good to be here. It's I think my 3rd PCC meeting in 24 hours. So
I think so too.
I'm getting my dose of PCC, and it's good to see all of you. Obviously, we met with the legislative day this morning, and I immediately after that call, I was on the phone with the governor's office, and I conveyed how important paying down the deferrals were to the
Thank you.
governor. So I wanted to pass that on. And Trustee Silver and Chen Lao and Brown and Martin, you were not there, but it's good to see all of you as well. And so thank you for having me be at your board meeting. Behind me is a landscape of Artsakh, which is a region of ethnic Armenian lands that were seized in the past 2 years. The particular town that picture I actually took that picture, Shushi, is now occupied by the Azerbaijan people, and schools that I visited and places people that I had broke bread with in Hadrut. One was killed during the war and others were wounded. And so I post that picture behind me in solidarity with the upcoming April 24th. And I want to give a big shout out to the PCC John group and the Armenian Student Association for their panel discussion the other day, which was really powerful discussion. And so, let's give a big shout out to the Armenian American community that is so vital to PCC. And so I'm here basically to stand in solidarity with the Armenian community on the eve of April 24th. I don't know if you all saw about 2 hours ago, the New York Times and the Washington Post broke stories that the expectation is that President Biden will recognize the genocide on April 24th.
Good.
And so I think the community is very excited that is going to happen. I think it's a good sign, obviously, if you have 2 major news outlets breaking that story. And so that'll be welcome news to everybody. But I just want to applaud PCC for passing a resolution as well. The state of California recognizes the genocide. It also recognizes Artsakh sovereignty, which is important. And it condemns the holding of the prisoners of war that are still being held in the wake of the war, and calls on the ethnic Armenian properties and lands to be returned to their rightful owners. So I'm just here to stand in solidarity with the Armenian community and say good evening to my friends at PCC. I hadn't been to a board meeting in a long time, and Zoom made it easy. So thank you for letting me just echo my appreciation and my love and support for the 2 Armenian groups on campus and the students who are so passionate and so important, as you all know, as educators. And having their story be shared and told and appreciated is just so important to all of us. So thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here.
Senator, before you go, I just wanted to thank you for being here with us, for one thing, and for doing what you do so well. This is so important to the community to see one of our top leaders take time out to come and talk about the genocide. And you're just so good at this. And we want to tell you how much we appreciate it. You know how much I appreciate it. So thank you again for coming.
Thank you, Trustee Brown. And is there going to be a presentation?
There is right now, actually.
Yeah,
I'm going to ask. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, so I'm going to stick around and listen to the presentation. So you can, I'll go on mute and I'll listen.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Okay, Talene and Nayiri, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Talene Seropian, and I am a counselor at Pasadena City College. I'm also the current advisor for the Armenian Student Association, actually the longtime advisor, and the president for the newly formed employee organization, PCC John, which stands for Joint Armenian Network. Thank you so much, Alex, for sharing this screen. So today I'm going to tell you just a little bit very briefly about the Armenian community of PCC. Go for it, Alex. So first, before we begin, I really want to provide my gratitude on behalf of the community. Firstly, to the Board of Trustees, to Superintendent President Dr. Erica Androgenis, to Senator Portantino for your consistent support over the years for our community, for this year's support of the Armenian Genocide's 106th commemoration week-long series, through attendance, publicity, and funding. Thank you so much for your welcoming comments, Dr. Androgenis and Senator Portantino on Monday at our event. Really excellent. And to all the faculty, staff, colleagues, and other leadership who have been attending, but more so for your annual resolutions recognizing the Armenian Genocide. And most recently, especially in October and November, with the resolution denouncing the violence in Artsakh, Nagorno-Karabakh. That meant a great deal to us. You don't even know. Next. I want to tell you a little bit about Armenians in Pasadena, just in case you're not aware. So we are a population here and in the local community. Now, I will say, I don't think this number is accurate, but this is the only number I could find, according to the US Census back in 2015, that there are currently 140,000 living in Pasadena. And if you know anything about Pasadena and you go up near the Washington Boulevard, Allen Avenue area, you'll see there is a plethora of businesses, organizations, and many Armenians that have settled in there. In fact, we have 3 different schools just in the Pasadena area from pre-K through 8th, one of which is probably less than a mile away from our campus. We have 5 Armenian churches, 2 of which are less than a mile away from our campus, a newly formed Armenian Academy at Blair High School. Like I said, so many businesses in all industries, many cultural organizations, and very locally in Memorial Park, an Armenian Genocide Monument. And some of these pictures are our local eateries, churches, restaurants, and schools. Next. Armenians also have a history at PCC, which is also very exciting. In fact, Dr. Armen Sarafyan, who is the namesake for our hopefully renovated upcoming U building, who was president at PCC for over 10 years, as well as Coach Jerry Tarkanyan, Tark the Shark, who led PCC to a state championship back in the 60s, which is very exciting. Also, many of you are very aware of our recent student trustees, Nune Garipian, who attended Yale, Emily Ekshan, who attended UC Berkeley, and Alex Sarkisian, who's currently at RISD, if I'm not mistaken. So we have student leadership as well. We have Armenian language courses, but I really believe that we were perhaps a hidden population in the past. We're now emerging as students and employees. Firstly, it's through Armenian Student Association. It's the commitment to being a student at PCC and to their Armenian identity. And really back in 2020, with what was happening in Artsakh, Armenian employees felt like they had to mobilize and to support one another, but also students, and to raise awareness. And that's where the beginning of PCC John came about. Next. I also want to let you I want you to know a little bit more about the cultural impacts on students. So being an Armenian is not just something on paper. It is built into the identity of many students and employees. We are a collectivist culture, and that comes with implications. There are very many familial expectations on students, like many other cultures. They're more than just a student. They have various roles within the household, from caretaker to taking care of the household, to also just being present. Family time is very important. So on top of school, on top of work, dedicating time with the family, and Armenian families are not just your home life, it's also your extended family, is very important. And more so, educational attainment is number 1. Many are first generation college students. Others are immigrants to the US, while others are children of immigrants. And so that's definitely impacting their educational pursuit. There's also an unspoken understanding of shared experience with other Armenians. And so it's not at times surprising when they tend to gravitate towards the Armenian counselor, the Armenian faculty, the Armenian students. There's that unspoken understanding. However, it does not just rely within the culture. Of course, they want to expand the network, and I think that's important. And finally, as you really did see, there's a deep connection to our historic homeland and culture, and there's an obligation to give back, and there is a duty to culture. But we have future goals now that we're established. We want to increase the Armenian presence at PCC. There should be more. We as PCC, John, and ASA want to commit to community outreach recruitment. We want to find ways to identify this campus population. That's a big goal one day down the line. But I think this is most important, to find ways to stand, partner, and engage with other groups on campus through allyship, not just by words, but by action, to build coalitions with the broader scope of other groups and populations, because we must do so to dismantle systemic racism and to work against and completely abolish white supremacy. And so I want to leave you with this, with an idiom, Kura gankni, kiran gagodri. If the village stands, it can break a trunk. And I truly believe that. Thank you so much for your time. Pari irigun, good evening, and I appreciate you allowing me to be here.
Awesome. Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Osterling has a question, Talene. You're muted, Trustee Osterling.
Thank you. Ms. Seropian, thank you for that great presentation. And can you also share the events that you have for the balance of this week with the Board of Trustees?
Yes, absolutely. So on Monday, we had this really incredible panel moderated by a political science professor on campus, Azmi Mkhitaryan, and it was phenomenal. And that's where Dr. Andrew Jonas and Senator Portantino made their welcome, and that was very appreciated. We had guests from UCLA, graduate students from UCLA Shoah Foundation, as well as USC Armenian Studies, and it was just well attended. I mean, to be honest, to have over 90 people show up to kick off this week it made me quite emotional. So thank you. And then on yesterday, we had a really great screening of a film called Tevanik by director Jivan Avedisian. All of you can actually catch that on Amazon Prime, as well as his other film, The Last Inhabitant. And we had him live doing a Q&A from Yerevan. So it was his morning and our evening, and he spent over 1.5 hours with us doing a Q&A, and people were really engaged. This evening, right before this, we finished our screening of Songs of Solomon, which is about Gomidas Vartabed and the effects of the Armenian genocide of 1915. Tomorrow, I really hope you can attend. From 12 to 1 p.m., we have a student staff mixer where you get to come, play, meet each other, and there are some games and prizes, and we hope that you can attend. And last but not least, on Friday evening at 6 p.m., we have Yerevan Nights, and Yerevan is the capital of Armenia. Keep that in mind if you're coming tomorrow. And it's a cultural celebration where students, community members have submitted their celebration of Armenian culture, from music to dance to poetry. And our very own Dr. Andrew Jonas actually makes a special guest appearance. So we do hope that you can tune into that.
And where will that be located?
Everything is on Zoom. I'm not sure if I could put things in chat, or I can certainly have Alex send it out, but everything is taking place on Zoom.
Trustee Brown, may I ask a question?
Yes, you sir. Where are you?
I'm still here. Talene, can you tell us about your backdrop and Mother Armenia and the sword, and what are those two mountains behind you?
Yes.
And why is it important that there's Mother Armenian with a sword with a board majority of women?
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Senator. There's a reason why I have this up here. So interestingly enough, this is Yerevan. This is the capital of Armenia. And these two mountains over here are Mount Ararat and Masis. And this is a symbol of Armenia. Every Armenian household, not every, I guess I shouldn't generalize, has some sort of Ararat in there, right? One way or another. It's such a cultural symbol. But the interesting part is it's no longer within the bounds of Armenia. It's actually in Turkey. And so that really does represent how much our indigenous land is still part of our culture and our history in the modern day. But most importantly, what I love is that for a patriarchal society, the figure, the very large figure that stands over and protects Armenia is Mother Armenia, Maid Hayastan. And she's prepared for battle because she's protecting the people. And I also think that shows the reverence of women in our culture and in our history, because even though more men are in the history books, women have been there very much so, protecting the land, the culture, and the perpetuation of who we are. Thank you for bringing that up.
That's great. Any other thoughts, comments? I see no hands. Well, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me, and have a great day. I hope to see you all tomorrow or Friday.
I'll try for Friday.
All right.
All right. So are you done, Dr. Androgenis?
I am not actually. I have a couple of others. I'm going to turn it over now to Dr. Cynthia Olivo, who's going to talk about Dr. Carol Brown.
Thank you so much for the time and attention this evening. And tonight we are going to honor another incredible woman that was a part of our PCC family and community in Pasadena, Dr. Carol Brown. And in order to properly ensure that we honor Carol, I asked Kim Miles, who is our retired financial aid director, a student advocate, and a community leader, to be here this evening. And Kim actually hired Carol to work at our college over 15 years ago. Kim?
Thank you. Thank you, Cynthia. Good to see everyone, and thank you for allowing me to be here. First of all, I'd like to again thank PCC for allowing me to come and speak about my friend and colleague, Dr. Carol Brown. Carol and I worked together in the Office of Scholarships and Financial Aid for several years. During these years, Carol helped numerous students understand complex financial aid academic progress requirements and guided them in writing appeals for reinstatement and towards a subsequent transfer or graduation. Pasadena City College has many student-centered employees who work behind the scenes. This is exactly how I saw Carol Brown. Carol was one of those employees whose door or cubicle was always open, who spoke encouraging words and demonstrated empathy and compassion with a kind heart. She was available to meet with students and talk with them about issues that were affecting their success. Maybe it was a utility bill that couldn't be paid, unplanned auto repairs, a rigorous work schedule, or having no idea which major to choose. She listened and found ways to help students and direct them on a clearer, more stable path. Employees like Carol are visionaries. They see where the gaps are and they try to fill them by removing barriers, knocking down hurdles, helping students see past their failures and look towards the path that is one tiny step closer to the finish line. Carol was most excited about her work to recruit and help Black students at PCC gain access to the science, technology, engineering, and math careers. It was as if she could see PCC's Black STEM program emerge into greatness and bring back absent souls the campus lost and so desperately needed to return. Our hearts ache for this loss because despite many conversations with so many of her colleagues, Carol knew once again the PCC Black STEM initiative was a part-time hourly position and everyone felt she was worth so much more. To Carol, the title or pay grade was not important, as her hope for Black students was. She was honored to work with her colleagues Melva Alvarez and Marilyn Johnson. Carol was driven by what she planned to accomplish during a pandemic, no less. Carol was committed to learn by example, so she reached out to other campus STEM programs for underrepresented students, found out what was working, what wasn't working, how to get the funding resources, all types of ideas and things came to her about Black STEM programs, of which she was going to take portions of those ideas, bring them back to PCC and incorporate it into the program there. We will definitely miss her infectious spirit and pray the college continues their efforts to support the Black STEM program at PCC. If not for that program, any other academically related program that serves Black students. It's sometimes difficult to believe that there'll be another person like Carol Brown at PCC. Sometimes I don't even think that they exist. They really don't. She was just one of a kind. And I hope that we can find other souls who would be willing to come in and do the work that she did. Because even despite all of the things that was happening in her own personal life, she was so dedicated to this program. I wish you could have heard her talk about it, how her enthusiasm about the Black STEM program and what it meant to her and what it would have meant to PCC. Lastly, her family is overwhelmed by the support PCC has offered and the dedications to her in the campus plaza, as well as the webpage. They asked me to express their thanks for all of the recognition their mother has received. Since her dissertation dealt with foster youth and higher education, the family is also working on efforts to create a scholarship and health career bridge program in Dr. Carol Brown's name for Black students or foster youth at PCC who are pursuing careers in STEM and nursing. This scholarship is being researched through the nursing union at Stanford University Hospital. And they have pledged to create a scholarship in Carol's name for that effort. So we're looking forward to working with the college on this scholarship and looking forward to working with the PCC as they continue their endeavors for the Black STEM initiative. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kim, for being here. You're such an amazing person in our community, and we thank you for all of your years of service as well.
Thank you.
I also wanted to draw everyone's attention here. We do have a memorial page on our website, and you can read all of the lovely entries by the Association of Black Employees, our academic senate-elect, Dr. Gina Lopez, and most important, what our students have to say about how they were impacted from the work and the friendship that Carol offered. This student says, "My heart is shattered. She was someone I could confide in, laugh with, and look up to. She really believed in me as a student journalist and a social justice activist." Here, Carol is pictured as she was helping our college respond to housing insecurities of our students. And we actually had a cold weather shelter for PCC students due to her efforts. This is one of our students, Andrew Daniel Rocha, who was living in his car when he was enrolled at our college, and Carol helped him with emergency aid. I'm happy to report to all of you, he's working on his PhD now at the University of Arizona. And, you know, he and I met a couple of weeks ago. He was scheduled to meet with Carol via Zoom the day after she passed. And so he just had incredible memories to share with me about her. As Kim mentioned, she worked in financial aid, foster youth, emergency aid, responding to housing insecurities, our student basic needs, the Office of Student Life, EOPS care and foster youth services, and our Black STEM program. I also want to take the time to mention Kenny, Carol's brother. He worked with us in our trio programs, and here he is pictured with Juan Pablo Carrion, PCC alumni and current academic counselor. And Pablo shared that Kenny was such an amazing person that he purchased hiking shoes for a student that didn't have the appropriate footwear to go up on a hike with the team. And so we just really honor, recognize, celebrate, and seek to emulate the ways in which Carol loved our students. And as the student journalist put, rest in power, Dr. Brown. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Olivo. The third recognition I want to make is that in the earlier session today, we changed over our board leadership to Trustee Berlinda Brown, but that meant we said goodbye to Trustee Jim Osterling as the board chair for 2 years. And I wanted to give a big shout out to your service. If we were in person, I'd be handing over a plaque with a gavel on it and we'd have all kinds of hoopla, but we're not. So you still get the plaque. You just can't have it through Zoom. But I did want to say that it has been a real pleasure and honor working with you as the president of the board. We have done all kinds of conferences and presentations and countless rotaries and all kinds of things. And you have been a great leader. And I just wanted to say thank you. And I know your board colleagues appreciated your service too. And it's been a really great 2 years with you in that leadership role. So be thinking about the plaque that you don't have in your hand. But the intent is there. It just doesn't work on Zoom.
Well, Dr. Enderjonis, thank you for those kind words. And it has truly been rewarding. It really has to serve as the board president these past 2 years. It was an honor to be elected by my fellow trustees. And sincerely, I can say I have enjoyed working with each and every one of the trustees. This is really a collegial group. We don't agree on everything all the time, but the debates are positive and collegial. And every single trustee in this on this board really has the community college mission at heart as we do our deliberations. And it's really been an honor to work, Erica, with you and your staff and in your administration. And despite everything that we've all been through this past year, I really feel that the college is in excellent shape. And I feel very inspired about the board president and officers that I'm turning over the gavel to. I can assure everybody, you know this already, but we're going to be in very good hands with our new board president and our new group of board officers. So thank you for that recognition. I wish I could be there not just to get a gavel, but to get one of your great hugs too.
I would love that. And, you know, in honor of you tonight, I would have made you those ginger cookies that you love so much. So you have an order of ginger cookies on the way to you too.
Okay, I'll take a rain check on that. And thank you for recognizing my past year.
Of course, 2 years.
2 years, thank you.
2 years. Yeah. All right. Excellent. And then last but not least, this is also the last board meeting of Dr. Mike Bush as our Assistant Superintendent, Vice President of Administrative Services. So I just wanted to say a big thank you to Dr. Bush. He and I were co-conspirators in the Ventura District when we were fellow vice presidents at Oxnard College. And Mike came in about halfway through my tenure there, and he followed somebody who was less than cooperative as a CBO, and I found very frustrating, wouldn't share any information. And then in comes Mike, who has an interest in being in a real partnership. And so we, one of the things that we share is actually cooking, because Mike's first job in the world was as a chef. And our last year working together at Oxnard College, we actually were on opposite ends of a very long building. They had to separate us because we were causing too much trouble. And we used to do monthly potlucks, and we would trade off his staff against my staff, and we would have competitions for cooking. And that was one of the hardest things to leave when I left to be president of Los Angeles Valley College. And I never thought that I would get a chance to work with him again. And lo and behold, I did. And he has been truly transformational at Pasadena City College in terms of his wealth of knowledge, the kinds of things we needed to get set up to do everything from a COP to Measure P refinance, all kinds of those things. And not to mention the fact that I said, oh, and by the way, you need to do a facilities master plan, and I'd like it in about 8 months. And he did it. So he is leaving us and going to the Republic of Texas. And so I'm doubly sorry because it means that I'm not even going to get to see him. We're both Ventura County residents. He lives not that far away from me. So it's a huge loss for the college. It's a huge loss for me personally, but this is a great opportunity to say thank you, thank you, thank you. Dr. Bush, would you like to say anything?
Yes.
Oh, you're very welcome. And it has been a pleasure conspiring with you again. Yeah, it is a lot of fun. And I want to thank you, the entire board, for the opportunity for me to be able to end my career with Pasadena City College. As I've shared in the past, Renee and I bought our first home in Pasadena after we graduated from Occidental College. And I even attended a brief period at PCC. So it was really a joy to come back and to work on all the projects that I like working on. And I know you are in good hands moving forward, and thank you very much.
I would like to say something because Dr. Bush, you will be missed. I really like your style, how you handle those finances in our audit meetings. You present your information in such of a way where it was understandable. Your soft tone and spirit just set the stage. It was just beautiful. I really had never come across someone in your position that, handled yourself that way. I remember going to your office and asking you about information on the bonds. And before you knew it, you had information for me, not only for me, but for the entire board. I guess you believe in giving folks the information they need so that they can make right decisions. And I appreciated that. So you will be missed. And I wish you success. And we'll be calling you, right?
Exactly. I have a cell number.
So good luck to you. Did anyone else have a word they wanted to say to Dr. Bush, or get 1 minute? No? Good.
Oh, wait a minute. You get.
Uh-oh, there go Osterlin. 1 minute, go.
Good luck on that one.
Yeah. Mike, I just also want to reiterate my thanks for your tenure here. And as a fellow CPA/finance guy, you have a talent that is really hard to come by, and that is to take that complicated area of accounting and finance and turn it into something that we can understand. And your patience with all of our questions and the willingness to walk through all of the detail is truly outstanding, and you will be missed, although I know you've set things up so we have somebody good following in your footsteps. Thank you, Dr. Bush.
Maybe it's your turn.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bush. Most importantly, thank you for your passion. And especially throughout this whole year, as student trustee, there have been so many unknowns for me. And so I just want to thank you for all of the random budget questions that I've asked of you. That has always been very helpful. And I've always taken comfort, and students have always taken comfort in knowing that you would always be so supportive and in answering all of our questions. And that has always been appreciative.
Very good. Okay, I see no other hands, so we will go now.
Wait, 2 other hands.
Where?
Well, I think Sandra and then me.
Oh, now I see Sandra's. Okay, go ahead, Sandra.
Hi, Dr. Bush. It's not too often that you get a book from the chief business officer on understanding bonds. And that was the gift that you gave each board member. And I read through it. And so I want you to know how much I appreciate the way that you teach. I think the way that you conduct your business is through teaching and through mentoring. And, and that is certainly a really wonderful style. And I hope that many of us have learned from you and to enjoy your retirement. Although I do hear that say that people who retire are busier than when they are working. So enjoy Texas.
Thank you. Okay, Trustee Wall.
Yes, Dr. Bush, I also want to just give my thanks for all of the work that you did. And you are truly, everything everyone has said about you, I totally agree. You are one of the best CBOs. And I think it's because you have been so kind and patient, no matter what questions we asked. It never floored you. You just very calmly answered everything. All of the reports that we got were written in a way that was so understandable for all of us as trustees. And, you're just such a kind person. I mean, I think we could all feel your gentleness, and I really appreciated that. And I know we'll still be hearing from you because Dr. Androgenis has said that if we need help so that we have continuity, you're just a phone call away. But enjoy your retirement. And I still hope that we will keep in touch with you.
Okay, very good. As we move now to, we don't want him to cry, so we go changing.
Yeah.
Got to change. We're going to go to number 9. Approve. Okay, actually, item 8, public comments and non-agenda items. Do we have any?
We have 2 tonight. Yes.
Okay.
All right. Here we go. Number 1. Greetings. We hope that this letter finds you all well. My name is Robert Ortiz Arquila. I currently serve as the outreach coordinator for Project Rebound at Cal State LA. Our program is dedicated to supporting formerly incarcerated students in higher education. The partnership with Community Overcoming Recidivism Through Education, CORE, has enhanced the ability for our program to support our community. CORE has empowered our community to not only pursue higher education as a means of lowering recidivism rates, but also provide our program with additional support in our efforts to bring equity to higher education. CORE has truly empowered our community by developing a holistic approach to meeting people where they are. Through the various events, workshops, and initiatives that CORE provides for our community, it is evident the number of formerly incarcerated student population is increasing day by day. CORE also assists students to find their identities on campus and ensures their success both inside and outside the classroom. Pasadena City College has transitioned into being a model for other community colleges to follow. CORE's efforts are acknowledged all throughout the Project Rebound Consortium, and we are thankful for their support. The higher education professionals from CORE, Pasadena City College, have constructed meaningful relationships with our network and solidified our efforts to support the formerly incarcerated student population across Southern California. It is my interest to acknowledge CORE's hard work, dedication, and outstanding leadership. Respectfully, Robert Ortiz Arquila, Master of Education 23, Outreach Coordinator, Project Rebound at Cal State LA. The second letter reads, to whom it may concern. My name is Ryan Mendoza, and I'm a new student in the CORE program at PCC. I am 36 years old, and I recently was released from prison after serving a total of 15 years. Due to my long life of criminality, it was well until a couple of years ago that my life drastically changed, and I began to pursue my education once again. Unfortunately, due to the COVID-19 epidemic that swept the world, I was unable to complete my degree in prison and thought that it was going to be another failed attempt at completing something of real value in my life. Then I was introduced to the CORE program through a friend and found hope again. I had no idea where to start or how I was going to get my degree because the school system for incarcerated students is extremely difficult to navigate. The staff members in CORE have been invaluable and indispensable to me in continuing my education out here. I have joined the Surge group, joined a physical fitness group, and been welcomed into the academic scholars community of PCC with utmost welcome, respect, help, and love that I have experienced in an exceptionally long time. All the staff genuinely care about the students, and it radiates in the way they communicate and are always at hand to help. The CORE program at PCC has filled me with more hope for the future than I have had in over a decade of incarceration. I wake up today with purpose and an earnest expectation of a positive and rewarding future because of the way that PCC has welcomed me into the fold. Thank you all for everything you have done and all the things that you are not even aware of for a man such as myself. Being a student at PCC in the core program has even strengthened relationships in my own family that have been lost for so many years. There is a multitude of ways that the core program has already impacted my life in a most positive way, and already owe a great debt for all the core has done for me. Thank you so much for having this program at your school. It is totally unique, and I haven't found anything like it anywhere else. Sincerely, Ryan Mendoza. And there is one more. It is with immense pride that Pasadena City College has once again been designated as a military-friendly college, this time by GI Jobs recognizing our college as one of the top resources for the military community. The rigorous selection process includes the completion, success, and retention rates of our student veterans. As announced by GI Jobs, this phenomenal achievement is a testament to our institution's programs for the military community. The Veterans Resource Center would like to share in this accomplishment with the entire campus and send out our sincerest gratitude for your continued support, collaboration, and kinship in assisting our military-connected students. Even during the pandemic, we have continued to create innovative ways to not only stay connected, but to foster a wider range of partnerships throughout the campus. And for this, we collectively share this accomplishment with all of you. Once again, please accept our immense gratitude and celebration of this achievement. Humbly, Carol Calandra. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Buckenheim. Next on the agenda is the approval of minutes. I think we can do both, right? Can we approve both at one time? Thank you. So the approval of minutes for meeting number 16, March 17, 2021, and approval of minutes of spring retreat with 17, April 10 to 10, April 10, 2021. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, any discussion, correction? If not, then we get.
Student Trustee Ramirez?
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao?
Aye.
Trustee Osterling?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Silver?
Aye.
Trustee Waugh?
Aye.
Trustee Martin?
Aye.
Trustee Fellow?
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with the student trustee voting aye.
Thank you very much. Is a ver. Combined consent items, calendar. Okay. Approve consent calendar from F1 to H18.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any discussions, questions? If not, we'll take the roll call. Yes, if not, we'll take a vote.
Student Trustee Ramirez?
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao?
Aye.
Trustee Osterling?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Silver?
Aye.
Trustee Waugh?
Aye.
Trustee Martin?
Aye.
Trustee Fellow?
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with the student trustee voting aye.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now let's see what's next. 11.
So now we're in I.
Thank you so much.
That's all right.
Oh, okay, action items 2. No, we're not. Hold on.
We're in I, personnel.
Personnel, we're
I, 2, and 3 would be the consent calendar.
thank you. Got lost here. Okay, so personnel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we'll
Motion to approve.
Second.
Tony, do we have a motion?
Yep, we had a motion and a second.
Okay, and of course, we don't take a vote from our student trustee, right?
Correct.
Any discussion or questions? I must admit before, let me make only one observation that I wrote down, that in this consent item, we have 3 employees that are retiring, which are noteworthy to bring to our attention because they worked for a long time serving our college. One of them is the Carvato Valerie, instructor of language of, I guess that's English, ESL for 30 years. We had Ramos Ana, was a counselor or is a counselor for 28 years. Then we have Gonzalez Rita, instructor of performance arts for 20 years. And finally, Hillman Ford, Deborah, instructor of health science for 13 years. So I want to congratulate them in their retirement. It's always good to retire. I wish them luck. Yeah, retirement is good. So this is a time to take a vote if there's no other remarks. The Buckenheim?
Trustee Chen Lau,
Aye.
Trustee Osterling,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Silver,
Aye.
Trustee Wah,
Aye.
Trustee Martin,
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0. Student trustee does not vote on personnel items.
All right, thank you very much. Next on the agenda is the approval of, what is it?
Nominations for the CCCT board.
What would I do without you, Dr. Engineer? Okay, so do we have any nomination?
So President Brown, I would like to make some recommendations and give some background to the other trustees for the vote. So there are 7 positions that are open. One is, and let me just give you sort of the demographics of the CCCT. Right now we have 12 women, 12 females, 9 males who are on the board, 12 Caucasians, 3 Hispanic Latinos, 2 Asian Americans, and 4 African Americans. Districts, so if we look at district location, where I think the Northern California area has about 6 representatives. So those trustees are about 6. In the Valley Central, we have 5 trustees. And the LA area is 6, and the rest of the Southern California is 4. So there's slightly more of an edge in the Southern California area, although we have the most number of community colleges in the area. So we have 17 candidates. You have the ballot. All of the biographies, I guess, or applications were sent out to all of the trustees, and you saw a number of campaign materials that came from the candidates. So hopefully you've had a chance to read them. So one of the things I'd like you to consider, I do think that representation in terms of gender, in terms of ethnicity, and rural large districts versus Northern California, Southern California, I think those are all important, but I'm making my recommendations to you based on what I consider to be the most important, and those demonstrated leadership from the trustees and commitment to the role of the trustees. So Greg Pensa is the only incumbent, and I would recommend that we vote for Greg. I think Greg has done, this would be his 2nd term if he gets in. Each of the trustees will have 3 terms if they stay on. And Greg is from the Northern California area. He is Caucasian. But I think Greg it's taken him a while to kind of get his feet, but he's get his feet on the ground, kind of feel what his role would be. But he's been very anxious to be part of the trustee activities and to be committed to working towards trusteeship. My other recommendations then, and this is based on demonstrated leadership. So Nan Gomez Heitzberg comes from the Central Valley area, the Kern County. She is Latinx, female, also a strong leader in DEI. She has been one of the major co-chairs of DEI and also co-chair along with Dr. Androgenis of the Women's Caucus. I would also like to recommend Debbie Akira. She is a female API from the Northern California area. She is also the chair of one of our DEI work groups and is also the chair of the API caucus. Also very strong leadership. She has been a CEO before she became a trustee. I would also like to recommend Cindy Reese, Cindy Napoleon Bea Reese. Cindy is API female, comes from Northern California area. She has been a lead also on the DEI work groups. One of the first to have finished her deliverables under that work group because she has very strong relationships with the CEOs. She is a commissioner on the accreditation commission. She is also part of academic senate, so she is faculty as well as being a trustee. I would also like to recommend Bernardo Perez, who is Latinx male from the Southern California area, Ventura Community College District. Bernardo is also one of the leads on DEI. Bernardo has attended every trustee webinar that we have had, and he's shown strong leadership. I would also like to recommend Barbara Calhoun, Black female from the Southern California area, Compton Community College District. Barbara has also been part of the DEI work groups. I believe she is on the same work group with Trustee Osterling and Trustee Ramirez. She is also one of the DEI directors for the ACCT and has been very strongly committed to the work on DEI, but also has attended all of the trustee webinars. So for the seventh one, I have sort of some recommendations for you, because I do think that that it's important to nominate and to vote for trustees who have shown commitment. I think Yvette Davis, Trustee Davis from Glendale Community College District, this is her second term on the Community College District. She is she has been on the work groups. I think it's been, although she hasn't been able to attend all the meetings and she hasn't been able to attend all of the webinars, she certainly has shown commitment by being part of all of the CCCT, the California Community College League conferences, as well as the national conferences at ACCT. And she had a very strong recommendation from her superintendent, Dr. Vire, who is very highly regarded throughout the CCCT system. I'd also like you for that seventh position, I think Trustee Davis is a very good selection. Alternatively, I would recommend that you consider Trustee Mark Edney from the Imperial Valley Community College District. Mark has attended every trustee webinar. He is a Catholic priest, very unusual, but he attends, when he comes to the meetings, he's a great voice of reason. He represents one of the poorest communities in our state. And he serves with Dr. Martha Garcia, who is his CEO, and also a very strong leader in DEI. I think also one of the other recommendations I would have would be, and Mark is also male Asian API. The other recommendation, alternatively, I would have would be Edgerline Maduli, who is from the Northern California area, API male. He was former CBO of his district and he just retired last year, and but is also a trustee at Chapeau Las Positas. He has not been able to attend a lot of the meetings, but certainly brings a lot of business experience. And a fourth alternative then I would recommend is Trustee Maggie Fishman, who is also from the Central Valley. She has attended most of the conferences, but has a very strong background in the education system. And you may, some of you may have known that there was we had interviews and we invited all the candidates. So the joint caucuses invited all candidates to come in and speak. And I think that she really spoke. I think people were impressed by her work. So besides the 6 candidates, the 1 incumbent and the 5 additional candidates, the 7th one, I'm giving you sort of a recommendation for 4 alternatives, but the other 5 candidates or the other 6 candidates, I strongly recommend.
Okay, you heard what Trustee Wall, which is an advocate in all those areas, recommend. So I see that we have quite a few hands up. So let me start with our student trustee, and then we'll follow by Trustee Chinlaw, and then we'll go to Astrid in that order.
Thank you. I just want to echo one nomination because I don't know all the trustees as much as Trustee Wah does, but I do know Nan Gomez Heitzberg. And as long as I've known her, she has always been student inclusive advocate. I worked with her in the CCLC work groups that I work with, and she's always made sure to pay extra attention to the ideas that I've put forward. And has always made sure that my perspective was heard during those work groups. There's been so many instances where she's followed up with me and asked me to further explain my thoughts that I brought up. And so I know that she'll truly be student oriented in her leadership on the CCC.
Okay, no.
Thank you. I just want to certainly echo Trustee Wah's recommendations. At the same time, I like to just inform the trustees that we probably all received the California Association of Latino Community College Trustees and Administrators endorsements as well. And so in their list of endorsements, they have 7. So if I may just name them: Yvette Davis from Glendale, Bernardo Perez from Ventura, Gregory Penza from Allen Hancock Joint CCD, Barbara Calhoun from Compton CCD, Nan Gomez Hitzberg from Kern CCD, Margaret Fishman from Sonoma County Junior College District, and Debbie Ikeda from State Center CCD. I find that since majority of our community college students are Latino, I find that the California Association of Latino Community College Trustees and Administrators endorsements to be of importance, and hopefully that we can also take their endorsements into account. I think all of the endorsements are, except with one, are along with what Trustee Wah has recommended.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Osterman.
Thank you. We're fortunate at PCC to have Trustee Wah and her involvement at the state and the national level, and knowing all of these people personally and very well. And I know almost every endorsement that she made, and I concur 100%. She did make it difficult for us this time by giving us a choice of 4 for her 7th and final. And for that one, I would pick, and this would be a motion that we accept Trustee Wah's recommendations and select Yvette Bartanian Davis for that 7th spot. Yvette was also listed on the Latino recommendation, so that's a crossover there. And I also know her personally, and her level of participation and activity and attending state and national conferences is outstanding. So again, thank you to Trustee Wah, and that's in the form of a motion.
And I'll second that motion. I have great respect and trust in Ms. Wah. Thank you.
Very good. I think we have one other question, one hand over there. Trustee Silver.
No, I was dithering between Maggie Fisher we're both on the DEI committee I was on, but with strong endorsement from Trustee Osterling and also President Androgenis, I will go with the motion that is on the floor and hold my comments, withdraw my comments.
We have a first and a second, is that what I understand?
Yeah, we have a motion and a second, Trustee Brown.
Okay. Excellent. So then we will take a vote.
Student Trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lau.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Wah.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with the student trustee voting aye.
I do want to thank Trustee Wah for being so proactive and involved in all this state and, all that stuff that she does. And, it makes her job kind of easier because I don't know these people. And just taking recommendations from other sources is okay, but when you have someone that's there and know them, it makes a difference. So I thank you, Trustee Wall. Make my life a little easier. So
And
let's.
thank you to all my fellow trustees for my trust in my judgment. Thank you.
Well, yeah. Okay, so now we'll move on to DEI statement. That's our next action agenda item. So it is brought to us for us to approve. That's what we need to do, is to approve that statement. Is that okay or not?
That is correct. I think you all probably want to have a motion and then you can have a discussion.
Yes.
I move to approve.
Second.
Okay, do we have any discussion?
Trustee
Questions, thoughts? Okay, Trustee Osterlin, and who else I see? Do I see any more hands? Because I don't see well. Okay, Trustee Osterlin, hand. Go ahead, Trustee Osterlin.
Yeah, just very briefly, I wanted to thank the former executive board members with me, Trustee Watt and Trustee Brown in particular, for taking the ball and running with this and taking the first draft. And also Dr. Boland contributed to the DEI mission. And I'm very pleased that PCC is since I'm a member of work group number 2, which is the DEI mission statement, I'm pleased that PCC is going to be one of the first community colleges in the state to pass a mission statement, a DEI mission statement by the trustees. And as I've mentioned previously, next month or the following month, we'll also have the resolution that the state has asked us to pass that we'll be looking at. But again, thank you, Trustee Brown and Trustee Waugh, for taking the laboring oar on this mission statement.
Okay, you're very welcome. Do we have any other questions? If not, we're ready for vote. Okay, Mr. Buckenheim.
Student Trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lau.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with the student trustee voting aye.
Thank you very much. And it's good to see that we have taken care of this, which was a little difficult, but I'm glad that's over. All right, thank you, trustees. Now let's go to item number 3. Approved budget augmentation for CARES Act, Hispanic Serving Institution.
Okay, I think before you talk about the next 4 items, because they're all kind of the same, I'd like Dr. Bush to just talk about why we have these items in the first place on the agenda.
Thank you. They are a little out of order. 3 of them are for federal money, 1 is for state money. The 3 federal items refer to the Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund money. Also, sometimes we call it CARES, although CARES was part of Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund 1. This is 2. So these are the actual apportionments we received from the federal government. So we need to augment our budget. And we're augmenting the revenue side. That's what this action's for. So we will have 3 items. 1 is for being an HSI institution, and that's number 3. Number 4 is the institutional portion, and number 6 is the emergency aid for our students. The other item, you may recall during Governor Newsom's January proposed budget, he talked about an immediate action item of the current budget to provide coronavirus relief. And that item is item 5, and it consists of 3 things. It is the early aid for our students. It is a CalFresh outreach, and it's the retention enrollment outreach, which is a combination of outreach and marketing efforts to reunite students with our campus. And this does not include the American Recovery Act that recently was passed and signed by President Biden. That will be the Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund 3. We do not, although we have estimates, we do not have the apportionments yet to augment the budget.
Okay. Trustee Osterlin.
Yeah, just a quick question on point of order. Would it be possible to have one vote on items 3, 4, 5, and 6, just for administrative efficiency?
I will defer to the president.
Well, I'd so move. That's why my hand was
Yeah,
up.
that is possible.
Let's get,
Second.
let's start, hold on. Is that going to be okay to do?
Yes, you can group them all together. There's absolutely no problem. These would normally have been in the consent agenda, but Trustee Osterling wanted to make sure that if people wanted to have a conversation, they could. And that's why they're on the action items, but it's fine to group them together. Absolutely.
Trustee Chin-Lao?
Thank you, Mike, for that, Dr. Bush, for that explanation. My question is that for the CARE Act 1, where we received about 15 million. Last year, we had 7 million. We kind of split 7 million, 7. Have those funds been spent, or
Yes. I believe we have $1 million left of the institutional and roughly $1 million left of the HSI. The HSI is being dedicated towards technology needs for our students. So there is a little bit more to go, but the funds are rapidly being encumbered, and we are starting into the 2.
So the 2 totals how much at this time?
22 million.
22 million. Okay, thank you.
And I do know they want to move quickly to get the student money out.
Right. Thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to move for approval for items J, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Okay, hold on. We have a
I think
hand up over. Trustee Martin, you had your hand up?
Well, I was going to move approval of J 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Oh, well, very good. Okay. You guys are right on it. Okay. So do we have a first and a second, right?
Yes,
Okay,
we do.
time to vote. Just, Mr. Buckenheim.
Student Trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Wah.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow. The vote is 7-0 with a student trustee voting aye.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're now on item number 7, is that correct?
Yep.
Approval of the resolution 678 in recognition of Asian Pacific American Heritage Month.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion, comments? Okay, so we're ready for vote?
Student Trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Wah.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with a student trustee voting aye.
Thank you. Now we go to item number 8, resolution number 679, commemorating Black Student Success Week and remembering Dr. Carol Brown, which we will adjourn in her name today. That's when we get through. So do we have a vote?
Motion approved.
Second.
Okay. Any thoughts, questions, suggestions? If not, we're ready for vote.
Student Trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Wah.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with a student trustee voting aye.
Okay, we have
President.
a little child in the background there.
Yeah.
Who is that child?
Trustee Brown.
Yes.
I was going to move on and make a motion to approve resolutions J 9, 10, and 11. Community College, recognizing Community College Month, recognition of Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and the Foster Care and Foster Family Recognition Month.
Second.
Okay. Any questions, any thoughts? If not, we can take a vote. Is that legal, Tony?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
Student trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with a student trustee voting aye.
Thank you. So now we go to item number 12, approval of student health fee.
Move to approve.
Second.
We're moving right along. Any questions, thoughts? If not, we're ready to vote.
Student trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with a student trustee voting aye.
Thank you. Next in the agenda is item 13, modifications, additions, and deletions of the credit and non-credit curriculum. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Do we have any discussions? Questions? My goodness, you guys have no questions? Oh, this is a little scary here. It's 9 o'clock.
You run a tight meeting.
24 hours.
I think you guys are gonna like me. Okay, we ready for vote?
Student trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with a student trustee voting aye.
Thank you very much, Alex Buckenhide. Okay, next on the agenda is informational items. Superintendent President report.
Okay, thank you. It is actually an honor to say, I don't think ever in the history of PCC have all 4 of the leaders of this organization been female. We have 3 female trustees, and then I'm the secretary to the board. So that is pretty awesome, awesome sauce. So I'm very proud to serve. I think we should get an award or something. You know what? We should highlight this on the community, on the Women's Caucus page, because this is cool. Okay, so our summer term schedule will launch in roughly about 2 weeks. We are doing about 5% in person, primarily in the health sciences and career education. Our fall schedule will follow soon after that, and our aim is to offer 50% of our courses in person. We will see. That's going to depend on what the current status of the virus is, and but we are going to do our best, because we know that there are a lot of students out there who want to be synchronous, who want to come back to us. So this week, as you know, for the last year, we've had managers and classified staff coming to campus once a week. Of course, our campus police and all of our dedicated facilities folks have been here 5 days a week. So we've been here 1 day a week. Well, as of this last Monday, managers are now coming 3 days a week. And then in May, on May 3rd, classified staff will return to campus, either 3 full days and 2 at home, or 5 half days with 5 half days at home, depending on what works for them. A lot of K-14 districts have gone back, even though the schedules might be a little strange. But the idea is to start getting folks back on campus, used to how things work. And we will all, if everything goes according to plan, as you all know, the stay-at-home orders have been lifted, and Governor Newsom has said that there will be no more colored tiers as of June 15th. So the plan is that on July 6th, our classified staff and managers will be back on campus 5 days a week. So we'll be back here full time. We have had a task force meeting to go over sort of all the safety protocols. Alex Buckelhide and Vice President Bob Lazinski have been primary leaders of that. There have been 8 different committees. And the goal of the task force was to have folks get together and think about lots of details. I think one group was focused on communication. Another group was focused on childcare, what childcare options will be out there for the summer, what possibilities are there. Oh, and Alex is telling me Darlene Inda too. So I should not leave out Darlene because she's been a powerhouse on that as well. But the goal really is we've got to figure out how we're going to serve our students. There are lots of students out there who want face-to-face services. So we're going to achieve a balance. And at our May board meeting, we'll update you on exactly how that soft entry back to campus is going and what's happening. We are continuing to do mandatory COVID testing once a month, but we've also added a weekly test. If anybody wants to get tested on a weekly basis, they're welcome to as well. The city of Pasadena continues to offer vaccinations in a public clinic in lots 3 and 4. The city data shows that more than 71% of all Pasadena residents have had at least one COVID-19 vaccination shot. So that's really encouraging. On April 8th, we hosted a 6-person partnership resource team virtual visit to our campus. The team broke up into 2 groups and interviewed a tremendous number of faculty, staff, and students to help us with our quality focus essay topic of improving collegiality. Dr. Tuk Tansharaj and Talene Seropian are PCC's co-leads for this project, and they've done an amazing job getting our college ready for that visit. Now, the IEPI PRT folks love their initials, so we are waiting for the SIV and the MOO. The SIV is the summary of the initial visit, which we should have maybe in a week or so. And then the MOO is the menu of options. And basically what those 2 documents will do is help us with our second visit, which will happen on May 13th. And we look forward to hearing the feedback from the team and their suggestions on how we can move forward. I want to say congratulations to Natural Sciences Professor Dr. Jared Ashcroft. He is the principal investigator on a National Science Foundation project that has just received a $1.5 million supplemental grant. Jared is spearheading an effort to enhance nanotechnology education at 2- and 4-year institutions around the country. So this is and you saw some of that in your board packet, the partner institutions we have. I also want to say congratulations to co-leads Dr. Rebecca Cobb and Dr. Carrie Bolin, who along with their team members, Dr. Micaela Maras-Tamayo and Dr. Jason Robinson, have been accepted to participate in the AAC&U 2021 Virtual Institute on Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation Campus Centers. This is an opportunity for the team to learn about prioritizing expansive community-based healing activities to broaden the understanding of our diverse experiences. And this is quite an honor. And I just want to congratulate everyone, Dr. Cobb, Dr. Bolin, Dr. Maras-Tamayo, and Dr. Robinson. This is a true honor, and it's great to see us getting involved in so many things on the national level. We learned this week that we are ranked in the top 15 institutions in the country for Latinx and Hispanic student achievement, according to Hispanic Outlook. I was elected to serve as the Region 8 representative to the CEO board now that Bill Scroggins at Mount SAC has completed the maximum number of terms on the board. I'm really grateful for this opportunity. Finally, I ran against Bill last time and your former CEO voted against me, which is why I didn't win. Not that I'm bitter, but I'm now on the the CEO board. So that's awesome. And I was also reelected to serve as the chair of the 3C2A board for 21-22. And I'm very excited to have a do-over year since we didn't really have athletics. I think we're going to have athletics, and it's going to be an awesome year to get to welcome our student athletes back to full competition. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Andrew-Jonas. So next we will move to report from the association students. Who is in charge there?
We have Mackenzie Rivera.
Mackenzie Rivera. Are you there, Mackenzie?
Yes, here.
So I don't have much to report today. I will be hosting a President's Roundtable on Friday, April 23rd at 2 p.m. after the ICC meeting. And so what I'll be presenting on is talking about what Associated Students is and just sort of promoting what my experience has been within student governments and encouraging students to run for elections. So if you know anybody who is interested in running in elections or just learning more on what Associated Students is, or if they would like to get more involved, I would definitely recommend encouraging them to attend that ICC meeting or just checking out our Lancer Life page where they can find more information. As we do have our elections coming up, which applications are actually due on April 26th. If you know any students who are interested, all they need to have completed is 12 units, have a 2.0 GPA, and be enrolled in 9 units. It's a really rewarding experience. It's really nice to be able to be in places like here where I get to meet all of you and talk to you every month. And so if you know any students who want to be involved in this, you can always send them in my direction or David's, or direct them to any of our meetings that we have every Wednesday. We're always live on YouTube. Other than that, that's all I have to report for today, actually. David can cover the rest of whatever I didn't catch in my little thing today. Thank you.
Ms. Rivera. Next, we will hear from, let's say, the classified Senate. Who's
Yes, we have Nairi is here.
Nairi.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Nairi Zokrabian. I'm here on behalf of Ernesto Partida, the President of Classified Senate, and I'll be sharing 4 items with you. Firstly, Classified staff participated in the Partnership Resource Team visit focusing on collegiality earlier this month. We've received positive response and interest in this work from our colleagues who were amongst the participants. As that team gives the college a report in the next couple of weeks, we look forward to working with our faculty and management associates to address that work. Next, one area where we have collaborative efforts with our faculty and management colleagues is in the creation of a policy of ethics. This is a crucial step as part of our discussion is that while we are all representative of different groups, we are all working towards a singular college mission. We hope to have the results of our work presented to the Board of Trustees in the coming weeks as it makes its way through shared governance. The third item, the third week of May is the statewide Classified School Employee Week, which is adopted as Classified Appreciation Week here at PCC. The Classified Senate, alongside the Classified Professional Development Subcommittee, which is chaired by Emily Bangham, are focusing efforts to make Friday, May 21st, Classified Professional Development Day. This will be a day of learning, which covers a wide range of topics such as implicit bias, mental health and well-being, as well as cybersecurity. The overarching intention of PD Day will be to focus on anti-racism, encompassing all areas of the community. Please look forward to a larger share out at the next Board of Trustees meeting. Lastly, the Classified Senate supports PCC John and PCC ASA in the 106th commemoration of the Armenian Genocide. And as a member of PCC John myself, I would like to echo my colleague Talin Seropian in our gratitude towards the district for being so supportive of the Armenian community.
Thank you very much. Next, we will hear from Academic Senate. I think that's Dr. Haynes.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I know.
Good evening. Hi, thank you. Get my notes out. So when the Academic Senate heard that the
at the last Board of Trustees meeting, there was the vote not to form a DEI subcommittee. They wanted to talk about it. And I think the initial reaction was just in response to the fact. And I sent them a link, a timestamped link, so that they could witness for themselves the 15-minute discussion that you all had. And after that, really there were just two comments that were made. And one of them was, it's all well and good that DEI is important to the Board of Trustees. I want to make sure that they're going to be focusing on it every meeting. And I said, as it turns out, it's an agenda item at each board meeting. And so that went over very well. And then when Senate representative extended an invitation for members of the Board of Trustees to attend academic Senate meetings. They're on alternate Mondays from 3 to 5. I'd like to congratulate the new executive committee elects of the Academic Senate. Dr. Gina Lopez will be the president starting July 1st. Veronica Jaramillo will stay on as vice president. Sheila Rose will stay on as treasurer. And Counselor Armia Walker will be succeeding Gina as secretary of the Academic Senate. We have formed a general education subcommittee to make sure that our general education degree patterns are going to be current. It's going to be a committee that'll keep them updated every year. And it's just been formed. We don't even have a membership yet, but we have a charge. I am proud to report that Susie Ling in our history department, social sciences, has created proposals to add Asian American studies and Native American studies to the disciplines list for the state of California in the minimum qualifications handbook. So that those proposals have been approved by the Academic Senate, and I forwarded them up to the State Academic Senate for their consideration. And finally, thank you, Trustee Brown, for acknowledging the time of service for our retiring separating employees. But I just want to read their names again: Maria Fortuna Dean, Valerie de Carvalho, Rita Gonzalez, Deborah Hilleman Ford, and Ana Ramos. They represent a combined over 90 years of service to Pasadena City College. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Management Association. I think that's Tito Altamirano.
Yes,
There you go.
ma'am. Yes, thank you. Good evening. On behalf of the Management Association, we send congratulations to our own Jesse Wang, who will now be serving as the interim Executive Director, Financial Planning and Budget, as well as Candace Jones, who will now serve as the interim Assistant Superintendent Vice President for Business College Services. Along with leading our colleagues in the important work Dr. Jonas mentioned related to returning to campus, managers throughout the college also continue to support the equally critical work of responding to the other part of the twin pandemic, which is ensuring that we are an equity-minded learning community and anti-racist institution. With the news of the verdict in the Derek Chauvin trial, we once again as managers thank and respect our Black African-American faculty colleagues who wrote Resolution 20.5 and acknowledge the importance of making space to authentically listen to our colleagues and our students who experienced racial trauma and anti-Blackness, specifically firsthand. It is clear that while yesterday provided a measure of accountability for a wrong that catalyzed our own conversations at the college, there continues to be a need for justice that permeates the lives of our students, our staff, our faculty, our managers, and our college as a whole. Finally, managers continue to mourn the loss of our beloved colleague, Dr. Carol Brown, and commit to continuing her legacy in each and every way that we provide our students with the resources and dignity that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Altamirano. So now we'll turn to our student trustee, Mr. David Ramirez.
Hello, everyone. Firstly, I just want to reiterate what a monumental moment in our institution's history this is. All of the officers on the Academic Senate are women. All of the officers on the Board of Trustees are women. Our superintendent president, our associate students president. And I'm just super proud to be at a college where that is a reality. So I just wanted to reemphasize that. Tomorrow is the LA Metro Board of Directors meeting. And associate students will be there. The associate students of Santa Monica College will be there, as well as many other associate student organizations. We'll be there to give public comment, to pressure Metro to, in their Fairless System Initiative pilot program, to extend that to community college students. And that is especially considering the fact that so many of our PCC students are out of district and commute to PCC. And so this opportunity would really eliminate just another barrier to students and their success.
That's it. Thank you. Okay, now to our fellow trustees. Let's see who we start with. Let's start with Trustee Osterlin.
Thank you. I didn't have any comments to make, but I do want to follow up and respond to Dr. Hennis's comment. And thank you for steering the faculty to our discussion on the issue of a subcommittee for DEI, because the board did not approve that for all the right reasons. And that is, as you already mentioned, we want that to be on the agenda every single board meeting and discussed by all board members, not just the subcommittee. So I greatly appreciate you directing the Academic Senate to that part of the board meeting discussion on that topic. And next, Student Trustee Ramirez, we've been fighting for Metro to recognize that offering free or discounted passes to students makes a great deal of sense. So good luck for your upcoming lobbying effort, and remind them that most community college students are not commuting during the peak commuting hours, and so their incremental cost of allowing those students on the Metro system at a free or reduced rate, their incremental cost is zero, and they're setting up ridership habits in the future that those students will start as students. So good luck in your lobbying efforts in doing that. Again, I already thanked everybody for a great 2-year term. We all accomplished a lot, and just very, very quickly, some quick highlights. We approved an education master plan, a technology master plan, a facilities master plan. We went and got back the money we were due for the Serafian building, and I could go on. But I think the thing that I'm most proud of this college is how quickly we pivoted in a time of severe adversity back about a year ago, and went from on campus to online in literally over the course of a long weekend. And the effort it took and the commitment and the dedication by the administration, the faculty, the staff, everybody to do that was just phenomenal. And it was just a true pleasure to be the board president during those times. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Waugh?
Yes, so I just want to remind everyone that tomorrow at noon, we're doing the PCC will actually be the presenters for the ETP training. So that's the Effective Trustee Certificate Training. So this session, if you attend tomorrow's session, it will count towards your ETP certification, or if you're recertifying on ETP, will count towards that. So, so besides covering what it takes for the CEO and the board to build a team and have a good relationship, and be able to support each other, this presentation will also focus on how PCC works as a team to move DEI. And one of the reasons they asked us is because we are probably the most highly engaged board and district in the DEI work. So we have the most number of trustees who are actively engaged. We have our own CEO who's actively engaged, and of course our student trustee. And so when we gave this presentation a couple of last month, we were asked to come back because so many districts were so impressed and were curious as to how we were able to move this as a team. And this is one of the reasons is that that we have sent the message throughout the system that this board embraces DEI. We are a board as a whole who embraces DEI. And we don't just have a subcommittee doing this. So everyone was really impressed with that and wants to hear more about it. May 20th will be our second virtual town hall on DEI, and we'll be covering not only how we move forward with the mission statement and the adoption of the resolution, but also next steps for the districts. And we're quite fortunate because we have moved forward and many districts are still struggling. I also want to remind everyone that next month, May 5th and 7th, is this May 5th through the 7th is the CCLC conference. So it will be virtual. So I hope you all will attend. And I wanted to thank the college for the APAM resolution, Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, which will happen in May. There are a number of events that are already have been posted that are happening. I think as early as April 30th is the first event. And so Dr. Olivo has sent out a posting, and I want to thank Dr. Olivo, Dr. Boland, who have worked with the API community, Dr. Thong Thuraj. So they've worked with the students and they've put together a really nice program. So I hope all of you will be able to look at some of those postings and be able to attend some of them. And then I wanted to mention that in San Marino and South Pasadena communities, we have been meeting. We have a number of anti-API hate discussions going on. Yesterday, I attended the Advancing Justice Hollaback training, which is free training, helping the community understand how to respond as a bystander when they witness these kinds of crimes or assaults. So I hope I've opened it up to my communities. I think some of them will be adopting and bringing in like hollaback training and other discussions and safe places for the community to talk. So, so I want to thank the college for their recognition and their sensitivity to this issue. And just to know that our communities are also involved and also engaged in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Wall. Trustee Fellow.
Thank you. I just two things. I want to thank Cynthia Oliva this evening for her moving tribute of Dr. Brown, who was really a grand person who died very tragically. It's very upsetting. And I want to thank Kim Miles for being here. I don't know if you people know that she was my first student in my first class as a professor. And when she left to retire, she retired and I'm still working. But when she left PCC, it was I used to see her quite a bit, but it was good to see her tonight. And I also want to again thank Dr. President Arajonas because of her moving the graduation date of PCC up to May. It always bothered me since I was elected to this board that we were graduating, I think, later than any college in the nation. And Claire and I are very big supporters of the study abroad, and this is going to be a very big benefit to study abroad so that students can leave earlier in the end of May when it's cheaper to travel. So thank you, Dr. Arajonas. Thank you very much.
Trustee Fellow, I just want to make sure everybody knows that the changes in the calendar went through our shared governance process, and I presented it to you as the board and you approved it.
But it was a big push by you. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Martin.
Thank you. I appreciated seeing some familiar names in the Jan report that we saw earlier. And as I was looking at those and seeing those great student trustees that we had, I was reminded of a former PCC trustee, Roger Germanian, who is a personal friend and was a mentor of mine when I first came on the board. So wanted to make a shout out to Roger Germanian. Secondly, as we're talking history, there was a time in not too terribly long ago, so it probably was a long ago, it just doesn't seem terribly long ago, where we had an entire female PCC cabinet, superintendent, and all assistant superintendents were all women. So that has happened already in PCC history for those that don't remember that day. And continuing on in our remembrances, just not quite so long ago, I want to express my appreciation to Jim Osterling for an amazing 2 years. And I know how much, it's just a tremendous amount of work that goes on behind the scenes and all the things that you do. And you did a wonderful job for us these last 2 years, and I just want to express my appreciation for that. And then finally, just total confidence, of course, in our new president, Belinda Brown. Not her first rodeo by any sense of the word, so I know we're in good hands with that cowpoke. So I'm looking forward to the year ahead. So thank you.
Thank you, John.
Trustee Chin-Lau.
Thank you. I like to certainly echo John's sentiment about our outgoing chair, Jim Osterling. Jim and I had multiple conversations about certain issues, and I appreciated that whether we agreed or not, he always took the time to listen, and he always took the time to solicit feedback. And I think that's a really wonderful way of leading the board to make sure that the diversity of perspectives are presented, whether or not the board agrees, at least that there is collegiality in the way that we discuss and in the way that we guide the college. So thank you very much for that, Jim. And I would like to just report that I'm having a coffee and tea hour on the poster. It's the biggest PCC cup that I have ever seen. So I hope that I could go to the student store and get a cup for the coffee and tea hour. And I will ask certainly President Androgenis through Alex Buckelhigh to share that with you. I know that some folks have asked me what the Zoom link is and what the information is, and I would do that. I appreciate, the feedback I received from the editorial that I wrote that was published on Pasadena Now. Really, it's to recognize Community College Month, and at a time where we're seeing UC applications at an all-time high at 249,000 applications for 46,000 freshman spots, and our community college enrollment is in decline. My editorial was to urge parents and families to consider their local community colleges. And with that, I received quite some interest in talking about it more. And I hope that we can give more visibility to local community colleges. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Chin-Lau. Next and final is Trustee Silver.
Well, being last, it's an echo of the other sentiments, thanking Jim for really being an outstanding leader, voice of calm, reason, and thoughtfulness for the board, and to our incoming chair, Belinda Brown, looking so forward to having you lead us, and I know it'll be done with grace and compassion and thoughtfulness. I was invited to speak to a community group tomorrow night about PCC, and I have a lot of good things to talk about, so I am looking forward to that, and especially was happy to hear that we'll be 50% in person in the fall, so I'll be glad to mention that. And I just want to say how being a part of this board has changed my life over the past year, and especially with our work on DEI. And I wanted to say, even though we don't have a committee, and even though we think we are working just for PCC and the community college system, I'd like us to lift our eyes beyond this and take this DEI perspective to the outer world as we live every day. Just as a small example, I was at Universal Studios waiting in line for Jurassic World, and their wait in line to keep you occupied videos were not diverse. We'll just say not diverse. And so I did mention it to appropriate authorities, and what will it do anything? Who knows? But I'd like to encourage all of us that when we see things in the world that could be improved, to please take what we're learning here on DEI and move it out.
That's a good point. Okay, I think I saw someone applauding your comment.
And that's Dr. Bowling.
Terry Baldwin is applauding. Yay, that's good. That's good. Okay, our next on our agenda is our proposed future board business meeting dates.
You actually already did this in your first
Did that,
session.
right?
Yep.
Okay, one thing I think we needed to talk about is the committees. It was not listed here.
It wasn't listed because usually that happens the month after there's a reorganization meeting, because you as the chair of the board or president of the board is the one who makes those assignments.
Okay. All right, so then what about proposed future agenda items? Did we do that?
Okay, so there is a document in there, but that's the old document, and that I intend to update now that you have your board goals formally approved. And there are various, throughout your board goals, there are indications of data reports that will be provided to you. So what I intend to do is work with Crystal to look at that, to look at your board goals, and that in conjunction with the types of data reports we normally give you anyway, put together a schedule that will be more comprehensive than what you have there. So that is, that's a to be determined, but it's now that we have your board goals, it'll be easier to go back and revise that.
It sounds wonderful. So on the next on the agenda
I
is
think you have two hands up, Trustee Brown.
What did you say? I'm sorry.
I think that, yeah, I have my hand up and Jim has his hand up. So Linda.
Oh no, Jim. Okay, Jim, what is it now?
I would like to request a future agenda item where we go through our how we're going to spend the CARES money, or whatever the proper labeling of that money is. And what I'm particularly interested in is to find out what we're going to do to improve the safety or the air quality in our classrooms and other rooms on the campus.
Okay, so my cabinet and I will be talking about that on Monday, but just so you know, you did approve bypassing, going to a single source for HEPA filters. So we can give you information on that, but that was already in this board packet, but we can include it in a future agenda. So we can give you an idea of, again, how we're going to be looking at expending the dollars between now and September 30th, 2023.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then I also would like to request an item. So since we're coming to the end of the semester and getting ready for the next year, if we could get some projections, I guess, on what our enrollment looks like and any strategies. I know we're not in any real dire circumstance like some of the colleges, but it would be helpful, I think, for the board to know what our enrollment looks like for the upcoming year, and then what the strategies would be if we are down.
Okay, so we can give you strategies for what we can do if we're down, but we're about to just start summer enrollment in the next couple of weeks, followed, and then a few weeks later with fall. So I won't have any real numbers for those, but we can talk about what we're doing to enhance that. But the actual numbers won't, we can tell you where we are relative to last year, but I won't be able to tell you specifically what it definitely is until the beginning of fall or the beginning of summer. But we can give you year to year comparisons, as well as describe what we're doing to increase enrollment.
Yeah, maybe a snapshot of what it compared to from last year, and then maybe again we could get another update in September when you have firmer numbers. That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, so Trustee Chino.
President Androgenis, when we talk about enrollment numbers, usually what is the norm in comparisons? Do you compare fall to spring, or do you compare the previous year's fall fall to fall. What is the norm?
May
I don't
just
know
ask
what you
one
mean,
question?
norm.
One
I mean,
question.
what is the, you know, when someone says enrollment is down by 7%, right? You know, you're looking at when to when.
Well, it depends on what part of the year. So we would be
Okay.
doing a semester versus semester. So it would be fall versus fall. It would
Okay.
be winter versus winter, or spring versus spring, or summer versus summer. That's one way of looking at it. And
Okay.
then the second thing, but it has to go later on, is looking at 1 year of what was our total FTES versus what is our total FTES for the previous year, or where we are now. So what you're trying to do is compare apples to apples
Okay.
and oranges to oranges, because
Okay.
fall enrollment trends are different than spring
Spring.
enrollment.
Okay. So you wouldn't compare fall to spring. No. Okay.
No,
I see.
not usually, because they're very different animals.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so we did get an attachment that I was reading with some comparisons from 219 to 220 versus 220 to 21. I don't know if you guys looked at it, but I thought it was a good attachment that addressed head counts, capacity, efficiency, and FTEs. I don't know if you guys saw it. Maybe you missed it.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was in today's thing. So,
Yeah.
okay, so we are not, it is almost 9 o'clock. And I just want to share with you that, well, we'll talk about it another time, but we'll talk about it another time. So I'm gonna talk to my colleagues first and then we'll talk about it.
Okay.
But we are now getting ready to adjourn our meeting. We had a good meeting, a long but good one. It's not 10 o'clock and it's not 11, but we could have gotten out a little earlier as well. That's really where I'm going. So let's adjourn our meeting in remembrance of Dr. Brown. And be sure to join us tomorrow if possible at 12 o'clock as we do our presentation, and have a wonderful weekend. So thank you guys all.
Thank you.